This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and electronic calendar on the General Court website. Notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states they're present, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you in this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Allegro.
Present.
Representative Bailey.
Present.
Representative Fellows.
Present, home alone.
Representative Fontmill.
I am present, home, and my wife is in the house as well.
Representative Goley.
Here at my home, and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Judy. Representative Judy. We will wait for Representative Judy. Representative Groden.
I'm here at home with my husband.
Representative Lanzara.
I'm here at home. My family is in other rooms.
Representative O'Brien.
I am present. I'm here at home in Nashua, and I got grandchildren all over the place.
Good. Representative Pearson.
Present. State House.
Representative Roy.
Here.
Representative Santonastasso.
I'm here in Harrisville, New Hampshire, by myself.
Representative Schmidt.
I am present in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, at the home of a friend who's not presently in the room.
Representative Schuett.
I am present at my home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Schultz.
At my residence in Concord, and my husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room.
The clerk is present. Representative Yakubovich.
Present at home, alone in the room.
I will try Representative Judy again. I'm sorry. Representative Lekis.
I'm present in the committee room.
And Representative McGuire is not here, but expected momentarily.
That's correct.
Sorry.
So are we all present except for Representative McGuire?
Representative Judy has not answered the roll. If anybody notices his arrival, please let me know.
He has called me, just so you know, and I'm going to resend him the link. So he should be here in a minute or so.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on just a few seconds to see if Representative Judy joins before we start. So we're going to go ahead and start. Going to open the public hearing on HB 128. I will be calling Senator Newsom Ward. Actually, no, I don't see her testifying. I don't see anyone testifying. 128.
Tony's on the bill. You can introduce it.
Yeah, Tony, you want to introduce that bill? I don't see anyone signed up to testify. Let me just look at the attendees to make sure. Oh, that one hand up. Aaron, but she's not. Is she on the bill?
She's the lead. Lead sponsor.
I'm sorry, I
really can't hear you.
Oh, I'm using my inside voice. Excuse me. I'm going to Representative Aaron and recognize her to introduce them.
Mr. Chairman, your sound quality is quite poor. Perhaps you can work on that.
Unmute yourself, please, and introduce the bill. Starting off smashing. Representative Aaron.
Yeah, I'm here. Do you hear me? I'm here.
Okay, we hear you now. Go ahead.
All right, hang on 1 minute. Let me get this on here. Sorry. I can't see you.
We can't
Can
see
you
you.
hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, well, so this is Representative Judy Aaron. I'm representing Sullivan 7, representing Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. And good morning, everybody. So I want to present this bill to you. Let me get my papers here. All right, so this bill adds a public notification element to a statute that has been on the books since 1953. The statute itself was last recodified in 1985, and to anyone's knowledge has never been used. The current statute allows for departments and agencies within the state of New Hampshire, and with approval by the governor and the executive council, to perform weather modification experiments alone or in conjunction with the federal government and or other states. There's no current mechanism other than the usual public notice of executive council meetings and agenda to let the public know what type of weather experimentation or modification might be proposed or planned. I'd like to briefly go through the history of this statute because we need to know the background of how it got to be. The current statute came to be as part of as a result of sweeping changes of recodification of agricultural statutes back in 1985. It was part of HB 25, which was about 300 pages long. And the first 293 pages dealt with Title XL, while the last handful of pages included RSA 12-F. The whole thing passed, and so this statute was recodified and moved to its current place in our law. It used to be Chapter 432:1. Prior to the 1985 recodification, this weather modification experimentation legislation was first introduced into the legislature's House Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee as far back as 1953 as HB 412. It was considered in 1953 with regard to Project Cirrus cloud seeding for rainmaking in times of drought, and that possible experiments would be done at the Mount Washington Observatory. At the time, according to scant hearing minutes, there were some meteorological investigations already going up on Mount Washington by companies like GE. And this was viewed as a means to bring corporations to do additional serious experiments and bring possible benefits to New Hampshire. GE documented the experiments they did on Mount Washington as part of their history of Project Cirrus. And the meetings of the New Hampshire committee hearing revealed that the federal government had a similar bill being considered by Congress, by the Department of Commerce at the time. In this New Hampshire committee, there were concerns about what would happen if experiment results drifted into states like Vermont and Maine. Would our state be held liable? But the response was that the statute covered that. It doesn't. And at the time, there was some sort of lawsuit pending in New York City courts. There were comments as to the cost of these projects and that ground seeding would be less expensive than air seeding. Other comments indicated that departments like Fish and Game and the New Hampshire State Council of Resources and Development saw this as permissive legislation, and that Fish and Game did a study of habitat and ecology and showed that controlling the experiments was possible. There was no explanation of how that would be. Others expressed concern about unqualified people running these experiments. And in the end, they all agreed that the bill was acceptable. So in 1953, it became law. Attempted repeal of the current statute was attempted in 2013 in the House Science and Technology Committee. It failed them because they felt no value in removing it from statute. I actually attempted repeal in this as a Senate bill last year, but came to understand that repeal meant the statute would remain totally silent on the issue at all, which was not really a desired consequence. So here I am today with an addition to the statute to put in place public notification. For over 60 years, this statute has been in place and no one has used it and no one has plans to use it. Last year, I contacted 13 department heads, agencies, and commissions in New Hampshire to see if they ever used this statute or plan to use it. 10 replied no, and 3 did not return my email. I've many reservations regarding this statute as it stands today, and while it hasn't seemed to be a bother being in place for all this time, its potential is disturbing without some sort of public notification included. There's no mention of having proposals of weather modification experimentation coming to a vote or approval from New Hampshire citizens. There's no mention or limitation of what types of experiments could be performed. Experimentation could result in some pretty devastating health and ecological fallout. There's no guarantee of safety to our state ecology or population. There's no mention of the liability our state would have with neighboring states and what problems this could cause our agricultural community. Most people in New Hampshire have no idea that this statute even exists. And this is why I'd like to at least add a public notification element so that if plans do come about, then the citizens of the state can at least be informed about them ahead of time and have an opportunity to comment. There are many articles and websites which discuss the ability of man to control weather, especially in these times when we are concerned about changes in our climate and weather patterns. I'm no scientist, but in reading up on the subject, more and more scientists agree that controlling the weather is nearly impossible because of the huge list of variables involved. However, for a long time, there's been experimentation going on in small and large scale. With some of that the public is aware of and some not. The truth is that despite experiments and studies over the decades, it is still challenging to carry out such controlled experiments and difficult to ascertain if they will actually work. The jury is still out on whether or not these experiments are favorable to the planet or can create undesirable effects in the long term. No one is really sure what releasing various chemicals into the air will do to everything below, or if there are long-term consequences. So the statute that we currently have is so broad and gives carte blanche to the state on this issue of weather experimentation. I'm not convinced that allowing departments and agencies in our state to have unfettered ability to do weather modification experiments in the skies over New Hampshire is a good or safe thing. But we should at the very least insert public input into the process. And so I hope that you will consider this bill and give it an OTP And I am happy to take any of your questions.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Aaron, for taking my question. You mentioned possible effects on particularly neighboring states. Do you know if any other states have such a law, and particularly if they have this notification element in their law, if they do?
I believe they do. There's a couple of states out west. I'd have to dig through some of my notes to see. There was a woman who testified. Her name was Amy Vickers last year, and she indicated that there were some other states that did have some statute which discussed the, climate experimentation, weather experimentation, and some of the, safeguards that they had in place.
Thank you.
Representative Grover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Aaron, do you know of any experimentation that has been done in New Hampshire on this?
Well, thank you for your question. I appreciate that. I have spoken, emailed several, like I said, 13 department heads, and that was, let's see, I spoke with the Department of Safety, Department of Fish and Game, Division of Forests and Lands, Information Technology, Department of Agriculture, UNH's Agriculture Experimentation Station, and a few others. And they all indicated to me that they have never, their agency never used the statute. They don't have any plans of any weather experimentation or modification. And they actually had no use for the statute at all. So when I first inquired about repealing the statute, they were all okay with it because they said, we never used this in the 60 years we've had this on the books, and we don't see anything coming. But I do know that there has been some talk about weather experimentation from the federal government. And of course, New Hampshire would have to work in conjunction with any of the federal government programs. But to date, there hasn't been anything done that I'm aware of, or that these department heads are aware of. And so, but that doesn't mean that it could never be used.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Aaron, you mentioned that there has been sometime in the past experimentation that people don't even know about. So I'm wondering if some of that has been or in the future could be done by companies or individuals. And is there anything in our statutes that deals with that? Because this seems to deal with state agencies.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the original reason why this statute was put in place was, they were talking about, when New Hampshire had any kind of drought conditions in the winter, that they might need to seed the clouds to do, bring snow. And of course, nowadays we have snowmaking machines at our ski areas, so we don't really need to do anything to kind of fiddle around with weather. But that was kind of the impetus in the 1950s when this all came about, was, to help the state if we ever had any kind of drought conditions. But I don't know really of any companies that have done anything on a smaller scale. And that's the thing, is we just don't know. I don't know if there's anything through the Department of Environmental Protection, or Environmental Services through DES, or Health and Human Services, where any particular, companies have done anything on their own. And I don't know that they need any kind of license or anything to do that either.
No, thank you.
I think Representative Fellows is asking that your bill or anything to make,
Mr. Chair, I can't understand. You're loud enough, but it's very garbled. I can't understand the words.
Aaron, I was just clarifying. I feel like Representative Fellows was asking you if your bill does anything to notify the public if a private company decided to tamper with the weather. Anybody? Representative Aaron, did you hear that? You're muted. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I was trying to ask you, and for my own clarification, does your bill do anything to notify the public if a private company were to decide to do anything with the weather?
No, perhaps that's something that the committee might want to add to it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of a question of the chair. The last time this bill went forward in 2013 to repeal this went to Science and Tech, and this seems like it's more of their purview than ours. Can we get some input from them before we vote on this as to how they feel about this?
I think that's a good idea. We'll confer with Representative McGuire before we call an exec on it.
Representative. Go ahead.
The only thing here, just thinking about what you said, Representative Goley, this isn't, ED&A is not being asked to modify any of the technical aspects of this. I think this bill, from what I can really tell, just really only is asking for public notification. And that's the gist of what this is trying to accomplish.
Okay, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Aaron, thank you for taking my question. Can you just explain why you went this route? Basically, in my reading of the bill, it is to have them notify, make sure that the public is notified that they're doing any of these experimentations. But why didn't you go for perhaps maybe trying to get a permit, which would have gave the state more authority to look at it instead of just a notification? The notification will probably just say, I'm going to go do it. But applying for the permit could be denied if it was so contrary. In that vein, if you choose to answer that question, please.
Yes, thank you, Representative O'Brien. I appreciate that. Well, I looked at the statute to begin with, and really the way the statute reads is that any department or agency of the state may, with the approval of the governor and council and within the limits of appropriated funds, or by means of gift donations or grants, engage in and undertake experimentation in the techniques and methods for weather modification, and may cooperate therein with the federal government, with authorized agencies of other states, and with interested persons and organizations. This statute doesn't talk anything about applying for permits. I don't even know if we have a permitting process through DES or Department of Health and Human Services or any of that. I don't believe they do. I think the way the statute is written is just that the agency heads would come out, would have some kind of weather modification program or plan and take it to the executive council and the governor and get their, okay or not okay. Since there's no permitting process that I see in place at all. There was nothing there to amend, and I didn't think I had any kind of knowledge enough about, creating a permitting process. But the very least that I wanted to do was to have public input into the process that exists. So that's why I did it this way.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I'd like to second Representative Goley's suggestion that we talk with ST&E with regard to their previous actions on this bill. But Representative Aaron's information that governor and council have to get involved and approve this, to me, that's all the control that we need. I don't think the notification concept is a bad idea, because I think the public certainly should be aware of if the state is setting about tinkering with our weather. It's already enough of a problem just with the natural course of things. But if the governor and council have to approve before anything goes forward on behalf of the state, then that's as much control as we probably need. That is public input through the executive counselors and the governor, of course. But I think we're good to go with Representative Goley's suggestion.
Okay. Thank you. The chair appreciates it. Any further questions, Representative Aaron? Seeing none, does Representative Aaron, thank you for your testimony. Does anyone else wish to speak on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, can I just interject briefly? I think you need to pull back a little bit from the mic. You're leaning into it just a bit too much, and that's causing a little bit of distortion. Thanks.
Trying to find that sweet spot.
Exactly.
The chair recognizes Representative Silva. Give him a second to join us. Representative Silva, would you like to speak on this bill? You'll have to unmute yourself.
There we go. I think I've got it now, right?
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Representative Mike Sylvia from Belknap 6, town of Belmont. And I just wanted to briefly jump in support of the bill. I think this is important for transparency and our Constitution, Part 1, Article 8 demands that we provide transparency to our citizens. And most of us wouldn't have even known about this this bill and the bill or the policy of weather modification. And certainly, if something like that is going to be put forward, we certainly want to have enough notice of it that we can really look into it as best we can. And I fully support the bill.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Sylvia? There seeing. Okay, the chair recognizes Ms. Vickers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. And I've been on a lot of webinars. I have to admit, this is the first time I've been on Zoom, so apologies if there's any issues here. Just want to thank all of you, and particularly Representative Aaron. I just learned about the bill being introduced again. As I said last year when I spoke briefly, I'm an engineer. I'm based in Amherst, Massachusetts. I work as a consultant to large and small water utilities in the US and overseas on water efficiency issues. And I have become educated in recent years about the extent of cloud seeding that goes on, particularly among water utilities. So briefly, I'm strongly in support of this bill. I think If you pass it, New Hampshire will really be a pioneer in the area of public notification about weather modification. It's an increasing practice. There's some controversy about it. I think no matter which side of the debate you're on, I think we can all agree that the public has a right to know this is going on. And I think there's a lot of scientific evidence to indicate that weather modification activities in one area can affect weather in another area. Right now in New England, to my knowledge at least, there's not a lot, if any, weather modification going on. But I think as the years go on, we may see that change. The technology of weather modification is advancing quickly. And I think water suppliers here may start to look at that as an option as well. And again, that has an impact not just on the immediate water supply. So briefly, those are my comments. And again, I strongly encourage you to support this bill, and it would be a real boost to public information. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take questions, Ms. Vickers? Ms. Vickers, will you take questions?
Oh, yes, I will. Pardon me. Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Vickers, did I hear you say that there has been some cloud seeding going on, and can you tell us where that has happened?
If you do an internet search, you put in cloud seeding, I think at least in the United States, you'll see it's mostly west of the Mississippi. But if you drill down and look at some of the different weather modification or cloud seeding companies, most of them are based in the West. But you'll see examples of weather modification activities in the East. For example, the last time I looked at one company, there were weather modification activities going on in Delaware. Again, if you get an update, I'm sure you'd see different information, but cloud seeding is used for many, many things today. Water supply, agriculture, hail suppression, military. So again, I can't speak to New England right now. I know historically there were experiments here, but I don't have the latest information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Vickers? Yes, seeing none. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this bill? There being none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I would like to discuss this with DES before we exec the bill. So I'll do that this week. But I have some environmental conservation questions to ask of them.
And the chair would be happy if you shared your information with us. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
This bill is not a science bill. This bill is in reference to public notice.
I will speak with the committee and confirm that they have no interest in the current version. We will not be accepting this.
Madam Chair, I couldn't understand half of what you were saying. Sorry.
I was saying that I will confer with the chair of Science, Technology, and Energy and confirm that they have no interest in the current status because there's no technical issues. And we will not exec it today.
Thank you.
Is Representative Judy? Is Representative Judy here yet? Representative Judy, are you out there?
Yes.
Ah, thank you.
Public hearing.
Yes.
Public hearing on HB 567.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 567 was, the intent of it was to have a proclamation done declaring February 5th, 2021 as Apollo 14 Day in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 14 lunar landing, which made Derry native Alan Bartlett Shepard Jr. the fifth person to walk on the moon and the only person to hit a golf ball. As you would imagine, February 5th, 2021 has come and gone, and the governor's office was gracious enough to take care of this in the appropriate time frame. So that would make this bill unnecessary and subject to all kinds of fun possibilities.
Is there an amendment?
There is an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill being out of date is even before the hearing. I was asked to look at the executive orders affecting licensing and see which of them belonged in statute. So after talking with OPLC and some other people, we decided that the executive order that permitted military personnel, EMTs, to apply for licensure as a nursing assistant was something that ought to be in statute. An LNA is the lowest level of licensed medical personnel. They have a rather limited scope of practice. EMTs and paramedics in particular are more than qualified to do what an LMT does. But in New Hampshire, their licensing is restricted to being with an organization, a fire department, an ambulance, a hospital. They don't work independently. So what this bill does is it declares their education equivalent and allows them to apply for a license, which will let them work in other situations using the same skills and experience they have before. I know that such military personnel have worked with COVID testing and I believe vaccinations. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And if you have questions, I believe Representative Pearson is a lot more qualified than I am to answer that. But basically the amendment says, acknowledges their training and expertise and says if they want a license, we'll give them one and they can use it to do things that an EMS license doesn't. I will answer questions if I can.
Anyone have a question? Okay. Representative O'Brien. O'Brien.
Thank you. I don't know who to direct the question to, perhaps Representative Pearson. But from my experience, and I'm sure it's very similar in other communities, perhaps even yours, some of the firefighters are already using their EMT advanced training and working in the hospital. And I just want to make sure that nothing with this amendment would jeopardize them in that type of occupation of working to advance their medical careers.
No, it shouldn't. All this does is it allows them to have an LMT license in addition to their EMS license with its full scope of practice.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Grover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McGuire, I just want to make sure that it allows them to apply for licensure, but they must meet the current requirements of that position, correct?
Yes, if this says that they can use their training and experience instead of the LNA training and experience, but they must not have committed various crimes and whatever. And show certification. And of course, pay the fee.
And they have to pay the fee. Any further questions?
Anyone else wish to testify on this amendment?
Chair recognizes Mr. Broderick. Go ahead, Mr. Broderick, unmute yourself, please.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Acting Chairman Roy and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Tom Broderick, legal counsel for the OPLC, or the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. The OPLC provides administrative and clerical support, record keeping services, and business processing for the 54 occupational licensing boards, commissions, and councils under its umbrella. I'm here on behalf of the OPLC today to testify in support of Amendment 2021-0276H. I want to be clear first. While the amendment primarily affects the Board of Nursing, which is under OPLC's umbrella, I'm speaking now on behalf of OPLC only, not on behalf of the Board of Nursing or any of the other boards. So as Representative McGuire had stated, this amendment would codify Emergency Order Number 78, which provides an alternative route to licensure as a licensed nursing assistant, or LNA, to those with either certain military experience or individuals with certain EMT or paramedic licenses and experience. My understanding is that the emergency order was issued in response to an LNA shortage in New Hampshire. That shortage has been particularly concerning due to the pandemic, but again, my understanding is that New Hampshire has faced a shortage of LNAs even in non-pandemic times. So this amendment is meant to help alleviate that issue, not just during the pandemic, but continuing past that. OPLC's been in contact with Justin Romanello, the Bureau Chief at the Department of Safety's Division of Fire Standards and Training and Emergency Medical Services. He's indicated that his division supports this amendment as well. Lastly, OPLC has been issuing LNA licenses to those with these credentials since the emergency order came into effect in late December. I was anticipating that the committee may have questions about the number of licenses we've issued under this emergency order. I've reached out to our licensing team to find out how many have been issued, but I haven't heard back yet. So if you're curious, I can get that information to you. I really don't have any more points to make, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Fellows.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I would like to know how many. So if you can email us, that would be great.
Sure.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you. My question is probably of the chair. I noticed that the list that Ms. Smarling sent out showed 8 people had signed in support and 2 in opposition. And I'm curious if there's any way to tell if those sign-ins were actually directed towards the original bill or towards the non-germane amendment.
Which was puppets?
Both were noticed.
Both were noticed, so I suppose there's really no way to tell, but both were noticed.
Thank you. I did see the notice for the amendment. Like I said, I was just curious.
The non-germane amendment was separately posted from the bill, so that if somebody signed in on the basic bill, I would presume that's what they intended to do.
Thank you. That's something we may want to look at for future to make it clear if someone has an opinion on particularly a non-germane amendment, we'd be able to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Broderick, if you're still on the line, I also would be interested in the statistical information you referenced earlier. I know that one of our former Dover firefighters was regularly employed at, or on duty, I could say it for sure, at the Wentworth Douglas Hospital emergency room, not just on an emergency basis, but he was there over a period of months quite regularly. So to the degree that we have a shortage, this is something I would definitely be interested in more information on so that we can know how best to proceed, because I think these people are eminently qualified, and we should support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair would like to ask a question. The licenses that have been issued, for what length are they good for? Are they issued for the standard amount of time a license would be, or is there a shorter time period based on the pandemic and the emergency order?
So, unfortunately, I don't have the emergency order pulled up, but my memory is that they are valid for perhaps 3 or 4 months past the end of the governor's declared state of emergency. I'd have to double check that, but it's of limited duration because these licenses are coming from an emergency order.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much. Any further questions of Mr. Broderick? I see none. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? There being also none, I am going to close the public hearing on this bill. And the next bill will not be till 1 o'clock. Yeah, 1 o'clock. So the committee will be in recess until 1 p.m. Oh, hold on. The real chair would like to say something.
A couple of things. First of all, we are in session on Wednesday and Thursday. It will be approximately 9 to 5 on Wednesday and 9 to 2 on Thursday, because they have another customer after we get out on Thursday. I have, with consultation with Representative Goley, signed up the authors of all of the blurbs to defend the committee position, and he and I are splitting the PIs. If any of the bills come off consent or have debate. The only debate that I am sure of is on House Bill 274, which I'm sure all of you are well aware of. And I wanted to make sure that was the case. And what else? I've got calendars for the people that are here in case they haven't had a chance to get one. Is there any questions?
I guess I did the minority report on the mushroom bill. And,
Yes.
I mean,
The committee,
if no one's going to speak.
as a member of the minority report, as the author of the minority report, you are essentially leading the opposition to the committee position, so that if you choose to speak or to get someone else to speak, it's your responsibility. I've signed up the Representative Fellows to defend the committee position, and Representative Goley will do the PI if one is needed. The other two, okay.
Are you interested in getting up in any business between now and
I think that it would be a good idea to use this hour and a half or so to consider if there are any of the bills we would like to exec that we've heard on previous occasions. Do you have a motion, Representative?
more like a feeler? Is there any interest in executing what we just literally talked about with 567?
No, I'm not interested in that. Thank you. Oh, 567. I'm so sorry.
Are we not waiting for information?
On what, the number of licenses that he gave?
No, that's from OPLC. If that's the one you want to talk about, yes, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
567, which is
567.
literally
I'm good with that.
what we just got talking about.
In that case, if you have a motion, Representative Pearson.
Well, I'd make a motion on the amendment that we ought to pass
Second?
Amendment 02768.
That's Representative Schultz, 2 seconds, okay. You wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. Just for those in Representative Goley and certainly Representative O'Brien and even Representative Lanzar can touch on this as well. When the scope of practice that they're talking about here as far as equivalency goes, even EMT basics in the state of New Hampshire have more field standing order authority than an LNA does. So this is really not a matter of worrying about qualifications. That's certainly well covered. This is just a a matter of extreme need that is occurring right now, and the ability to have folks that are more than qualified and experienced to fill that need as we move forward through the pandemic and even beyond that. So I think this is a no-brainer. It's very, very straightforward, and I would encourage all to support this.
Representative Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
Just that he explained it very well, that the need is high, and this is a good thing.
Is any other comments, questions?
Briefly.
Representative Blackus?
And I think the need's going to continue. I mean, as the population ages, there's probably going to be more need than we have now. So I think it's a good idea.
Is that Representative Bailey? Do you have a question? No? Anyone else? Okay, not seeing anyone. In that case, the motion is ought to pass Amendment 0276H by Representative Pearson, and the clerk will call the roll.
On adoption of the amendment 0276H, Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
With all due deference to the Apollo missions, yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Funkno.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0 for adoption of the amendment.
All right, Representative Pearson, you have a motion?
Sure. Since this is a non-germane amendment and it's a complete rewrite, I presume the procedure to go forward is still the same as far
Yes.
as
Ought to pass
with amendment on 567.
All right, is there a second?
Second by Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Is there any further discussion? Shouldn't be, since the amendment replaced the bill.
Right.
Anyone?
No. He said it all. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass with Amendment 0276, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Funkno.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes,
The same 19-0.
excellent. Does anyone object to consent? Okay. Excellent. One down. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
On House Bill 631, does somebody have a motion?
Probably. I
Representative Bailey, you want to,
gotta figure out what that one is.
that's the deaf and hardened hearing.
All right, there's an amendment that needs to be brought forward.
I don't actually have the amendment.
that, right? In that case.
Copies of the amendment have been distributed and were down in the committee room last week. But everybody should at least have an electronic copy.
Yes, electronic.
On the table here, you know?
They were.
May we please have?
They
the
were last week. I
agenda?
didn't know what you were planning on execing today, so I did not know that you wanted that amendment.
What's the bill
It's
number?
amendment, it's amendment 0439H.
House Bill 631 was the one I was thinking of
It's a deaf and hard of hearing bill.
for the deaf and hard of hearing.
What was the amendment again?
Amendment was 0439H. That's what I had in my notes.
Thank you.
Does someone have a copy of that? Okay,
Well-
Rebecca wins.
Which I just lent to him.
Well, that's rather lengthy.
If we don't have a motion to move, I'll move to recommend House Bill
Don't worry.
39. I'm sorry, I mean the amendment to the bill. Do we have a motion? I can't quite figure out where we are on that.
That's where I'm trying to figure out.
I'll make it.
Okay, Representative Pearson makes the motion.
Okay.
Want to pass and brings out amendment 0439H.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Dolly seconds. Okay.
You can explain it.
I can explain it because I'm familiar with it.
Okay.
During the hearing on House Bill 631, there was a request made by one of the groups that's involved to be added to a list of folks that are currently recognized in that community. This amendment does just that. It adds those folks onto that list, and that would be lines 20, on page 2, lines 27 is the group, and it was the Association of Late Deafened Adults in the Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, Inc., as requested during the,
It was the Northeast Deaf and Hard of
Yep.
Hearing. Is that
correct.
So, hello, Representative. My name is Daisy Pierce, and I'm the Executive Director of Navigating Recovery of the Lakes Region, which is one
Whoever
of the
is
government recovery community organizations.
speak more slowly and
I
just.
am testifying today in support of HB 558. Although many communities in New Hampshire would benefit from the continued ability to
directed
All
at
right. Whoever's got the background on muted
specifically on behalf of those in recovery.
doesn't sound like us.
No one was recognized.
Now, there are currently 8 bills related to matters that affect
Could you check your link?
prior years.
Ulabum.
Medicaid expansion and reimbursement rate, drug course during
Maybe
service.
that's Pam
For what?
Smarling? There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as you, the amendment, when OLS did
What
this,
one with Tyler too?
I beg your pardon, Representative Chu?
No, earlier than that.
Yes, thank you. Somebody else.
so when OLS wrote the amendment, they basically
What?
just, it seems like they did it as a rewrite almost. It's not. It's just, that's why it looks so lengthy. As I'm going through this, they just basically added that part and then rewrote the whole thing instead of just doing it as a line.
No,
Is it just a copy of the existing bill with that one?
again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't see any other.
Okay.
Representative Chu, are you speaking to the committee or are you doing something else?
So that is the amendment. It's the addition, like I said, page 2, line 28 of the Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services.
Thank you. Representative Goley, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
I think Representative Pearson spoke well of the intent of the amendment, and I will support.
Thank you. Is there any further questions about the amendment? Seeing none, in that case, the motion is to adopt amendment 0439H, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Wright,
Yeah.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0 on adoption of the amendment.
All right, excellent. Does someone have a motion on the bill?
Yeah, I'll make the motion for auto pass as amended.
All right, is there a second? All right, I got Pearson and Goley again. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendments, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Representative, the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich. Representative Yakubovich. Are you out there? No vote.
Yes.
Oh, oops. Okay. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Sure. Go like this.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The same 19-0 vote.
Any objections to consent? Hearing none, we'll put it on consent. Roy, you have a motion.
HB 452 ought to pass. That's precluding the Secretary of State from running for another office while serving as the Secretary of State.
Second.
That was Yakubovich.
Yes. Seconded.
Are there any, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I think it's a good idea to have the person in charge of making sure the elections are run correctly from being part of the election that he's making sure is run correctly.
Representative Yakubovich, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes, seems like a good bill. Eliminates conflict of interest.
Any other comments, questions? Representative Allegro, you have a question?
No.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though the situation in New Hampshire is somewhat different than in most of the states where secretaries of state are elected directly and ours is elected indirectly, as we know. Nevertheless, the idea of the person who's conducting the election and who has authority with regard to people who are registered to vote or purging the voter rolls and so forth, there's a clear conflict of interest. We've seen it in several instances in other states And even though we don't think that Secretary of State Bill Gardner is going to be running for anything else anytime soon, I think this is a strong statement in favor of transparency and integrity of the process. So I'm going to vote yes on this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yeah, I'd like to mention that the timing is right because, as Representative Schmidt says, Secretary of State Gardner is not likely to run for elected office again. And any new Secretary of State would know this going into the position. Representative Sitek.
I'm out of step on this. I'm going to vote against the motion because this basically says the public is going to be bamboozled by seeing his signature, and golly, we have to vote for him. I don't subscribe to it at all, and I just don't want to subscribe to that. I hope that effect doesn't exist. I don't want to see anybody precluded from running for another office by virtue of holding one office. So I'll be out of step on this.
All right, Representative Lekes.
At least from what I've been thinking, that's not the issue of people being bamboozled to vote. It's just the hopefully only appearance and who knows, possibly real conflict of interest where you've got someone who is running for an office, but also has some control over what's going on. So that's not a good idea in general. Even if the person is in perfect integrity, it just doesn't look good.
Representative Sitek.
I might point out that the Secretary of State runs for the Secretary of State's office. He continues to run. So
I understand. Well, I'm good, Madam Chair.
Yes.
But he's, his electorate is the legislature, and it's a little different than a general election. He's running for that office.
The bill also lists specifically the positions that the Secretary of State could not run for. It does not include Secretary of State.
I'm citing that only for the integrity issue, all that business.
Okay.
If I may.
Yes.
Secretary of State doesn't run the Secretary of State election because that's run by the legislature. So that's not a conflict.
Okay. Any other comments?
Appearance of a conflict.
If I may, Madam Chair, I was hoping that we might retain the bill because I think the bill is important, but I'm not so sure that we've had enough of a discussion of it and have done enough. I'd like to know a little bit, I'd like to think more about this bill because I do think the bill has merit, but I think that before we make such an important decision like this, we do, I'd like to feel more secure about our vote. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the bill right now, but at the same time, I'm not convinced that it encompasses everything that we wanted to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you. I'd like to piggyback on what Representative Sitek said. I also have a problem with this bill because running for office is something that shouldn't be banned just because of holding the Secretary of State's position. That's not quite a paraphrase of what Representative Sitek said. But I also think it just sends a bad message to say that for some reason we suspect a Secretary of State would be unable to be impartial and do their job properly if they were running for another office. That implies they're doing their job improperly. There's already a set of laws that pertain to that. And while I'm very aware of what's happened in other states, the integrity of our elections in New Hampshire I believe, are unimpeachable. So I don't see why this is a bill in search of a problem that doesn't exist in the granite state, in my opinion.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
If I could, I think it's more along the lines, I don't think it's because we feel like there is something going on or has gone on. I think it's more along the lines of, if you think about judicial, a judge has an obligation to recuse himself when there's an obvious conflict or an appearance of a conflict that the public can take from it. The Secretary of State cannot recuse himself. And as such, if he decides to run for governor or executive counselor while he's the Secretary of State, it certainly at least can call into question the appearance of impropriety when he's in charge of the very election that he's running for. So I don't think it's necessarily that we think he or she or whoever the future one is going to do something wrong. It's about the giving confidence to the public that the office is beyond reproach. At least that's my 2 cents on it.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just heard Representative Roy say that the Secretary of State could not recuse himself, but that I think that's part of the argument that I'm hearing from Representative Sytek and Representative Schultz. Perhaps we should talk about this bill further and put that option in place if it's an office that the secretary is running for, that he would have the ability to excuse himself from participating in that particular election decision. So I think maybe retaining would be a good method to at least examine that possibility. Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too agree. I think this needs to be looked at a little further. I understand while he's running for an office, he should not be overseeing the election. I also look at, nor shall a person serving as Secretary of State be eligible for nomination for such an office. So if there becomes a vacancy or something of that nature and he wants to be, he is nominated to go into that position, this precludes him from doing that, which may not include an election.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It hasn't been said yet, but it should be perfectly obvious that if Secretary of State, which is not, of course, we've had the same Secretary of State for like 40 years. So we're in a unique situation nationwide. There's no other Secretary of State who has served anywhere near as long as Bill Gardner has. But clearly, the Secretary of State, if he really wants another office, he could always resign. But as long as the Secretary of State is the Secretary of State, I don't think that he or she should be running for another office. It's too much of a conflict of interest. We've seen it in other states where all kinds of shenanigans go on. So I'm sticking with the idea that this bill is a good idea to make sure that we have integrity of the person who's running for the Secretary of State, who is the Secretary of State, is not running for another office at the same time.
Thank you. Representative Fellows?
I just wanted to add, I'm not especially in favor of this or not in favor of this, but one thing that we could look at would be the possibility that if the Secretary of State announces or gives his resignation effective, on the election day, if he or she wanted to run for office, then that person would not be overseeing the results of that election.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? This is interesting. I missed most of the hearing, but obviously it was livelier than I thought. Okay. So the motion is ought to pass by Representative Roy. Clerk, can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Pearson. A little louder.
I haven't given you an answer yet.
Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, tick, tick, tick. I'm gonna go with no right now because I want to see what our other.
Representative Yakumovich. The seconder of the motion. Speed of sound is slower today. Representative Yakubovich, get out of the
That's a
corner.
yes. Yes?
Yes, terrific. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Down with the ship. Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Funkno.
No.
Representative Groda.
No, thank you.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes. I make that 8 to 11 and the motion fails.
8 to 11, the motion fails. You're correct.
All right.
I move to retain.
I second.
All right. So
Does that require a vote?
yes, it does. That's Schuett, and who was, and Broder seconded?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion?
I think that we have seen that there are too many questions with the bill the way it's written. And I think retaining is the best solution to look at other options.
Representative Broder, do you have anything to add?
I think that the bill warrants retention, and I think that it's something that if we work on this, will be something that's better than what we have now. But I do think that
Oui.
having the bill and passing such a bill in the long term is good.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Pearson.
I think there's got to be a way here to deal with the concept of a conflict without precluding someone from running for anything. I think that the voters should decide whether a person is acceptable or not for an office. And I think with retention here, I think that we could probably find a way to make both things happen.
All right, thank you.
Just a technical question, that is, what happens if retain fails?
Then we keep trying.
Point of order, Madam Chair, would you assign a subcommittee to the retention of this bill so that we could work on it in an earnest way?
Yes, this would go to the Committee on Government Organization, which I believe Representative Pearson is leading.
Okay, we can call it that. Yeah, licensing, sure.
No, you're doing licensing.
I'm doing licensing, yeah.
It's Representative Roy yes, it's a subcommittee that Representative Roy is leading. Thank you.
Oh.
It's a similarity, yes.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yes.
I'm going to rock the boat again. This sounds to me like we should all think about it, talk to each other about it, and do this as a committee of the whole. I think this is not quite a subcommittee issue. That's my thought. I kind of like what, for example, Representative Fellows, I'm not sure I'm buying it, but it was an interesting idea, resignation on the day of. I want to think about that kind of thing. And I don't know that subcommittee is the way to go. That's my thoughts.
In any event, we won't do anything with it until after crossover for sure, and probably not till August, I think, is the earliest we can do this sort of work. Yes, Representative Judy?
My question been answered. Thank you.
His question has been answered.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Anyone else wish to comment? The motion is to retain. by Representative Schuett, and clerk can call the roll.
On retention, Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Unenthusiastically, yes.
I'll write it in very lightly. Representative Schultz.
A milk toast, no.
No. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Canceling representatives unenthusiastic yes to an enthusiastic yes.
We've made it darker. Representative O'Brien.
Plain yes.
And the chair?
No.
15 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, it is retained. We will work on it at some later point. And congratulations, no committee report is due on this bill. Yes.
I just would like to mention that that was just my attempt to get rid of some low-hanging fruit. So I'm pretty open either way on that bill. But if anyone has ideas, let's start cobbling them together so then when we get this bill back again, we're not casting about.
Sorry, you kind of faded out, Terry. What did you say on that?
We should be thinking about it.
Thinking about what? That's my question.
Thinking about what that bill should say,
Oh,
like the way it says what it says now, which apparently many of us don't.
So should we send our recommendations in to Pam Sparling so that we have a depository that where we can keep our ideas?
You're welcome to send any comments or suggestions to the committee. If asked, Pam will probably put them in the bill folder.
Thank you.
Very well. Does anyone else have a motion on any other bill? Representative Schultz, you have a motion on House Bill 230?
That's the daycare bill?
I have an amendment. I'm not sure that everybody saw it.
No, I have not.
In that case, would you make sure to distribute the amendment? We'll take it up later.
Sure.
I believe it's different than the Ocala amendment.
It is, and I'm not sure I have fully vetted it with a few folks. I would like to request that we exec it on the next time we exec stuff.
The next time we exec things will be Friday. We have 2 bills posted for exec, and we'll fill in with as many others as we can get to.
All right.
Well, in that case, I will move ought to pass on House Bill 369 with amendment 0185H.
Could you give me that number again, please?
House Bill 369.
I'm sorry, the amendment.
185.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
So as a mover, I will say that this bill was a request by professional licensure certification to clarify the use of what they call PAM, and to eliminate an extra layer of certification that they do not believe is needed. The amendment was developed by the Board of Occupational Therapists, and they're in full support. And again, it's a little simpler, and it allows them to use their training and experience. Representative Allegro, would you care to speak to your second?
I think you encapsulated everything I would say. It's just a case of simplifying something that's desired by the board.
Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, can you please explain? I'm so sorry. I must have missed that amendment. Could you please explain how the amendment amends the original bill? Thank you.
Okay, let's see, it's under rulemaking. It adds the these techniques with ultrasound or electrical physical agent modalities, and it just allows them to make rules about them and how they are used. And
I remember the amendment now. I'm sorry. It rang a bell after you started talking. Thank you.
Very good. And basically, it allows them to do whatever they're trained for.
Madam Chair, if
Yes.
I may just point out that I believe the amendment was put forward by that specific board within OPLC.
Yes, it was. I thought I said that.
I think you just said OPLC, but I just wanted to clarify that it was by the board that deals with this profession specifically.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
They're still yakking in there.
It's over, really.
Nope. There's no other questions or comments. The motion is to adopt Amendment 0185. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
19-0.
Right then, I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 369.
I'll second that. It's needed. Allegro.
Any further questions or comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative
Is that me? Yes. I couldn't hear.
Thank you, Representative Schultz. Now Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
the same 19-0.
Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Does anyone else have a motion that they want to bring forward?
Madam Chair, you think we're ready for an OTP on HB 85 about Atlantic Standard Time?
That's a valid motion. We will definitely, seconded by Representative Rowe.
I'll just say I made my case last week before last. It's kind of a blur. I don't want to reiterate my speech. I think folks have fairly strong opinions on this, but I will just say that I think overall it would just be a great benefit, and I encourage folks who maybe are inclined to oppose it to talk to their constituents.
Who seconded, please?
It was seconded by Representative Roy. And
Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is a good bill and it's a starter. I think obviously nothing's going to happen unless the domino effect we heard about starts. And if someone doesn't push the first domino, it's never going to happen. So I think this is a good start, and it may spur the federal legislators to actually do something. So I think it's a good place to start.
Representative Fellows.
I oppose this bill. One of my concerns is that it's purported to have health benefits, but the reason, and specifically people talk about heart attacks and strokes, but people have heart attacks and strokes because they have high blood pressure, they have blockage of the arteries, they have high cholesterol, and to think that losing 1 hour of sleep would cause them to have a heart attack is just makes no sense. There's no common sense to that. There are issues related to safety related to driving, and particularly commuters in the morning, because with this bill, should it ever work its way all the way through the process, will result in the sun coming up 1 hour later in the winter. There's no impact on the summer at all. 1 hour later in the winter. And as somebody who commuted 40 miles each way to work for 30 years, the conditions of the road in the winter cause a lot of traffic accidents. And because the snow plows haven't had a chance to clear away the snow, far more issues with safety in the morning than in the evening. And those are just two of the points. Students will be waiting for school in the dark in the morning. They're already waiting in the dark in some places. It'll be darker for many more months. And one of the issue that was raised by one of the speakers is that has to do with students going to school later. High school students, I think it's well documented that high school students have a very hard time waking up in the morning. And it just has to do with hormones, and this will actually be asking them to wake up even 1 more hour earlier. So those are the things I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not support the OTP on this. We heard in testimony that in Atlantic time, the latest we would see sunrise would be at 8:24 a.m. I mean, it's not getting light out until 8 o'clock in the morning. Kids standing out by the bus stops at 7 a.m. I think in the dark is inappropriate. That's a late sunrise. We also heard that this was like comparing apples to oranges and some of the pieces of legislation written in other states. Other states are looking to do away with daylight savings. This is moving us to the Atlantic time zone. Totally different than what we're trying to correlate between states. So for that reason, as well as the fact that as we hear about health reasons and health issues because of moving the clocks forward and back, people do that all the time when they travel. They travel into different time zones, and we don't hear of a severe health impact to those folks that are traveling. So for those reasons, I will not support the ought to pass. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am not in support of this specific bill. I would favor doing away with daylight savings time, but my preference would be the Eastern time zone as our constant. I think the argument that we heard from the Broadcasters Association was quite relevant. Regardless of what Representative Pearson said, I would just point out that I think if we change to a completely different time than New York's zone, we could be in danger that they just plain would not send some of those programs to us because they wouldn't be reaching the market that their advertisers would be looking for. So he wouldn't have them available to tape. I think that the health issues that have been raised are in regards more to the changing back and forth rather than to the specific time zone that we settle on. So I kind of discount that argument. So I will be voting no on this specific item. If someone comes in and says, let's make it Eastern time zone, I would probably be willing to consider that.
Thank you. We're already in the Eastern time zone.
I know, but I want to stay here.
Number of points. One is the concern of the broadcasters. I mean, given, while this bill only mentions Maine and Massachusetts, given that Massachusetts, their existing legislation mentions Connecticut, and I believe Rhode Island, and Connecticut depends on New York. This wouldn't go into effect unless New York State changed. And, you know, that would give a large enough market that I don't think it's going to be a problem for the broadcasters at that point. So we'd be fine. And as Representative Roy said, you know, even if it doesn't go into effect, it might act as a push for Congress to do something. I don't understand the concern about Eastern versus, I mean, Eastern staying on daylight savings time or Atlantic. I mean, the times would be identical. It's just changing the name. So I don't understand why some people like that. Maybe I'm missing something. As far as the schools, you know, kids going to school in the dark, there's no reason why, if that's a problem, the schools can't decide to start an hour later, as far as I know. And as far as the health stuff, and people are saying that travel doesn't cause problems. I mean, it's generally known that travel across time zones actually does cause stress. And I don't have any statistics, but stress is known to exacerbate various health problems, including heart issues. So, so I don't think you can take that as a, and also it's a small segment of the population that'll do that every year instead of the entire population, which, you know, includes people that don't travel and maybe physically can't travel because of their health. So this would affect dramatically more people than travel. So, I mean, given all that, I do support this. And I think it's good to at least get, you know, push this along and see what happens.
Representative Kubovich.
Yes, I think there are no technological issues. People will have electricity this century, so machinery, they can figure out what time it is. Computers, TV stations should be able to figure it out. I'm a co-sponsor on this bill. I will vote for it to stop this silly switching. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, let's not get confused. You know, the old saying is, you know, you want to find out what's actually going to go on, read the bill. This is a Me Too bill. Okay, this is not the state of New Hampshire moving to the Atlantic time zone for the sake of moving to the time zone. You know, when you look at, especially the middle part of it, lines 18, 19, 20, this requires Maine and Massachusetts to make the move. So from an economic standpoint, the state of if Maine and Massachusetts move to the Atlantic time zone, what choice do we have? We are so reliant economically as a region, simply because New England, the states are so small, that this would be massively problematic to have Maine and New Hampshire be in a different time zone than New Hampshire. So this is not, let's not confuse us here. This isn't us just going off on our own here. This is us saying that, hey, when the crazy flow chart begins to drop the dominoes, that we fall in line with that. And, you know, as far as the broadcasters go, Canada has more time zones than we do, and they figure out how to do it up there. The Boston market is, you know, this isn't Sheboygan here. The Boston media market is substantial. So, you know, with most television broadcasts not being live anymore, I don't really see this being such a massive struggle to watch TV anyway. So let's not forget what the bill says and what it doesn't say. You know, we're not, like I said, we're not doing this on our own. This is involving actions that begin in a regional effort. So I will support it.
Representative Allegro?
Yeah, much of what I was going to say has just been said, but I want to emphasize again what Representative Pearson and Lecca said. It's more of a lack of interest in adapting to the new situation than it is that it's going to cause. Well, in the words of the broadcast industry representatives, the change would be frightening, cataclysmic, and a crushing blow. And when I hear that, I can't help but think of you know, the change in the millennium 21 years ago. People just had to adapt. I can't believe that with what we have in terms of computers, we can't figure out how to adjust our programming. And the other thing is, it may be a relatively minor point, but we do stick out into the Atlantic Ocean. And so this bill actually reflects astrophysical reality. And the rest of it is really just man-made and can be adjusted. So I tend to support this bill.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot?
Thank you. I too will support this bill. In theory, if nothing else, I support the elimination of the time changes, and whether that's done by switching to Atlantic time, staying with Eastern time, or eliminating daylight savings time. I don't have a preference as to how they do it. I think there are enough safeguards in this bill because of the domino effects of the other states that it more will to show our intent to support those changes. So I'll support it.
Thank you. Representative Sitek?
Madam Chair, I really don't like going last.
You're not.
Oh, good. Okay, because I'm going to support it and everything I wanted to say has been said. But the only thing I want to do that's helpful is, before Representative Schmidt says it, it's daylight saving. There's no S on that word. And with that, I'll stop
Thank you,
wasting
Mr.
your
Language
time.
person. I appreciate the correction. Okay, I believe that's everyone who has yet to speak. And yes, I know you can stop raising your hands if you want to speak again. I've got you down. Okay. Representative Schmidt is the last person who hasn't yet spoken, so you have the floor.
Okay, after Representative Sitek has stolen my thunder, yes, this is an especial annoyance to me to hear it called daylight savings time when it's called daylight saving time. Savings or something else. But I sponsored a similar bill like 17 or 18 years ago. So this is a concept whose time has come, no pun intended. But the reality is, as been said several times, but nothing will happen in New Hampshire until Massachusetts has made up its mind, and if it goes, we got to go. We do not want to be out of sync with Massachusetts with the interlinking of our economies. And as far as the school student situation, school time is something which can and should be adjusted. This is something which our educators have been complaining about for years, saying that early school times are not healthy, don't make any sense. It's time to get for the school districts and so forth to get off the dime and get on time. So this is something we should get in sync with, because if Massachusetts goes, we have to be ready to go.
All right, new person heard from Representative Groda.
Thank you. So while I was listening to everyone, I thought, what happens if states decide to eliminate daylight saving time and just not change the clock at all, rather than going to Atlantic time?
I heard two different people testifying on that, and one said we can do it, no problem. The other one says it would take an act of Congress, and I'm not sure which I believe, but
Yeah, they mentioned the 1966 Permanent Time Zone Act.
yeah. I think if we wanted to go to permanent daylight saving time, we would have to have an act of Congress. If we want to go to Atlantic Standard Time, we could do it without such a vote. But in any event, the arguments about being out of phase with Massachusetts still apply.
Thank you.
Okay, on the repeats, Representative Schultz.
I actually had new information, even though I'm tempted to re-argue my points as always. I'm consistent anyways. So first of all, I meant to send two pieces of research out. One was that in responding to Scott Spradling's very good testimony, even though it opposed my bill, I really took him seriously. There actually is a lot of literature out there. Maybe it's more on the opinion genre, but broadcasters across the country are frustrated that the whole time zone discussion around broadcasters actually has a significant Eastern time zone bias. And so that will always be occurring for every other group not in the Eastern time zone. I meant to send some of that literature, or at least a link to one or two of those opinion stories about that. The second bit of research that I meant to was to clarify my answer to Representative Goley's point about traveling and time zones. And I think someone briefly touched on that too, but there is a lot of research, because I answered his question the way he asked it correctly, but it is definitely true whether it's just from basic jet lag or studies on stress. There is a significant amount of research that shows that traveling across time zones does create a difficulty, but that's not what this bill does anyway. But yes, there is I should have sent that research out, and I apologize.
Okay. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for raising my hand 20 times. Something I noticed over the weekend is I think there's a technical issue, and it has to do with when the things become effective. So the first thing that, for anything to really happen, the first thing that has to happen is Section 3, the contingency that the other states adopted. That part's fine. But then it says after 3, 1 and 2 both become effective. And Section 2 is when the state is going to ask the U.S. Department of Transportation if we can make the change. And that's what most states pass. This also says at the same time we're just going to apply to have our time zone changed, that we're actually going to change it in state statute. That's what Section 1 does.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Sally. Sorry, I kept raising my hand. I'm glad you finally mentioned, because I didn't know why it kept dropping off. I just wanted to point out that I believe it was Representative Lakis said that this wouldn't happen until New York changed. And I just want to point out, New York is not mentioned in the bill at all. It's just dependent on Maine and Massachusetts. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Representative Lakis?
Yeah, the reason I mentioned New York is that although our bill just mentions Maine and Massachusetts, there's a similar bill in, similar statute in Massachusetts, or maybe it's in process. That one mentions, I don't know if it mentions New Hampshire, but it mentions Connecticut and maybe Rhode Island. And the Connecticut one definitely mentions New York. And so, New York would have to go first, then Connecticut could go, then Massachusetts, then us. So although it's indirect, ours does depend on New York.
Yes. Unless Massachusetts changes their
Right,
mind. of course.
or Connecticut or Massachusetts could change the law.
No, but definitely we don't, this bill doesn't say we're going it alone, and I haven't heard anybody say we should be going it alone. All right. Any other comments, questions? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, for a little bit of clarification, the bills in Massachusetts and other states, are those dealing with Atlantic time zones, or are those dealing with just doing away with daylight savings and staying on the Eastern time zone?
The only
I heard
know
two different
about
things.
is Massachusetts, and the bill that they had their last term was to go to Atlantic time. However, they're in a new session, and I don't know what their current bill says.
Thank you.
I can address that.
Yes, Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill that Massachusetts had 2 years ago, I could go into their system and see the bill, but it was never probably the equivalent of our introduced, because if you try to go into their system and find that bill now, the one from 2 years ago, you will not find it.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments? Right. It's like most people have spoken their piece. The motion is ought to pass, made by Representative Schultz. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lansara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
14 yeas, 5 nays.
All
Guess
right.
it won't go on the consent calendar.
Correct. If anyone wishes to write a minority report, I need to know that by Friday.
It's about time.
Yes, indeed it is.
Boom, boom, chain.
No more, I'm out of desk space.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I apologize. I'm not sure if I notified you before. Did you see my email shortly before session? That I have a.
You're going to be out for a dentist.
Right, at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
No troubles. I don't think any of the bills are going to be that controversial. I'm not sure.
That was my hope, and obviously I made the appointment well before we knew we'd be meeting on Mondays.
Exactly. Okay. It's almost noon. I think we need a break. So thank you all for getting a few things done, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. See you then.
Thank you.
Pam, are you on the air? Pam, are you there?
I am here, Representative Sitek. Your room is muted though, so I cannot hear you unless you unmute yourself or unmute the room.
While we're waiting, I just want to say I miss seeing you guys in person, especially you, Rep. SciTech. I miss our witty banter between bills.
We can wave to each other on Thursday from across the fields.
I don't know that I'm going.
Oh.
Well, I guess it's going to be on the public thing, and that's fine, but my doctor said I'm definitely in the current group that's supposed to get the COVID vaccine because I am that ill, unfortunately. And I don't get my first shot until May. So while the risk maybe is lower, it's not as low as it was last summer. And I'm scared that, my doctor thinks that I would definitely be someone who would be likely to be hospitalized if I caught COVID. So I'm probably not going. And I feel sad that they haven't been able to figure out a way for people like me to participate. I'm really sad about that. It shouldn't be so hard.
Schultz.
Anyway, there's that.
Yeah, I unmuted the thing that says HB 170. Is that the room? Yeah.
Yeah, that's if you turn the video on, that would be great. Then we could see the room. There you go.
Oh, there you are.
Representative Schultz,
Yes, sir.
there's another way to get your shot early, and that's turn 65.
Well, I just want to stop bragging about how ill my doctor thinks I am. At first I was like, yay, I can get it. And I'm like, oh, I qualify. You know what I mean?
I qualify a little too enthusiastically. Pam, are you there, please?
Yes, I'm here.
May I have a bouquet of clerk's forms, please?
I'll have Miriam send them to the printer. Sure.
Okay, thank you. A little Whitman sampler of them will do.
Oh my gosh. Remember the Whitman samplers? Do they still have those?
Of course they do.
I'm not sure. They were manufactured by Necco Confectionery, New England Confectionery.
Oh,
right.
Well, they have the equivalent.
Hold on. They were at Mass Avenue across from my
Yes,
office. I was at MIT. And I saw that you may not have heard of Candy Cupboard. They also made that Necco wafers, Fry bars, which they had like 5 flavors. One was glue, one was caulking compound, the other was linseed oil. They weren't very appealing. But I used to look out, and the building got more and more decrepit, and then they moved to Charlestown. Now it comes back as heritage or retro candy every now and then. I don't know who makes it. I distribute it to my class and tell them you can tell your grandkids you actually had Necco wafers.
Oh my gosh. That's right. I love those.
Schrafft's was it? Yeah.
Schrafft's was.
They finally tore that building down.
Necco was across the street from the Ship Model Museum at MIT.
I grew up in Cambridge, right near there. They also made the little hearts you have at Valentine's.
Yeah, those are good. The names on them.
I like I like that they keep adding new sayings on those.
Still get all those old candies at Yummies in York, Maine.
You can, you're right. On Route 1.
Yes.
I had trouble reading my last candy heart. They couldn't barely fit on. Keep wearing it.
Someplace up in Lancaster or Littleton.
Representative Roy.
Sir.
Can I just give you a quick note that Representative Cushing will not be available to introduce the 1:30 or 2 o'clock bills he is in line for. I have Representative Casey Conley will introduce the one at 1:30. And Representative Lucy Weber will introduce at 2 o'clock. Just
Anticipating Representative McGuire being back. She's not.
I'll let you think about it. It's my little theory. Okay.
He's already.
Popeye, sit down and let the phone off.
Good afternoon, everyone. Opening the public hearing on House Bill 84 and see. I believe is Van going to be introducing this one? I don't. What are we doing? I believe it's House Bill 84.
Notice it's had at 1 o'clock, 1:07.
Oh. Beg your pardon. In that case, I call on Representative Conley, who is the prime sponsor. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Hi there, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I am Casey Conley, State Representative from, well, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Casey Conley, State Representative from Dover, representing Stratford County District 13. Here now to introduce HB 170. This bill would call upon the governor to issue a proclamation each year commemorating the first all-women labor strike in the United States. This occurred in Dover in 1830. If adopted, this bill would just be added to the existing calendar of observances proclaimed by the governor in a given year. As the committee likely knows, there are more than 24 of these, and they include special days, weeks, months. Other examples would include, Gold Star Mother's Day, the first Sunday after Easter, Portsmouth Peace Treaty Day on September 5th, May being Lyme Disease Prevention Month, and so on. This bill is identical to one I introduced last year that went through the Labor Committee, which recommended passage 20-0, and then it left the House via the consent calendar before COVID arrived and kind of shut down the legislative process. So real quick, this is a little background on the event in Dover. For those people who have been to our city, and I think the committee has a couple members from our city, there's several mills sort of dominating our downtown, one being a 735-foot long structure that runs the length of our main drag. It's home to lofts and breweries now, but in the 1800s, it was a site of a lively textile mill. In those days, women performed most of the work in the mills. They worked looms and weaving machines in the cloth making process. It was dangerous, it was unpleasant work, and the pay was low even by historical standards. Just before this turnout, as they called it back then, the mill's owner cut their wages by 10%, which in those days amounted to a nickel. So they made just 50 cents and they lost a nickel a day. So on Christmas, or excuse me, the day after Christmas on 1830, half of the mill's 800 plus workforce walked out. The pay cut was the primary grievance, but they also had concerns about quotas and safety and so on. The newspaper account of the time did not look fondly on this event. And I'm just going to quote from Foster's Daily Democrat, which still exists. Quote, a general turnout of the girls employed in the cotton factories in this town to a number of 600 or 800 took place on Friday last on account of some imaginary grievance. It has, we believe, turned out to their cost as well as disgrace. And since that time, many have returned to work, and all who are permitted will without doubt return in the course of a few days. The girls, on leaving the factory yard, formed a procession nearly half a mile in length and marched through town with martial music accompanied by the roar of artillery. The whole presented one of the most disgusting scenes ever witnessed. So that's the newspaper account. It did correctly predict that the workers would return to the mill, and they did. 3 days after the incident, nearly all were back at their workplace, no better than before. But it was not by any means a total loss. It inspired female mill workers in Lowell and elsewhere who had heard about what happened in Dover and adjusted their own approaches accordingly. And a similar walkout in Lowell was successful. History has not forgotten this event by any means, but it is not widely known in our state, and it's not entirely widely known even here in Dover. Dover's former librarian, Kathy Bodwin, was instrumental in collecting historic details about this event, but I certainly think it's worthwhile for our state and our city and our region just for all of us to sort of know a little bit more about it. So with that, I ask the committee to recommend passage, and I'll certainly attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? See any? Thank you very much. Wait a second, Peter Smith.
Well, since I was referenced, even though that not named as one of the Dover representatives, and I remember that day very well. Thought the women all looked fine and didn't think there was anything disgraceful about it. But seriously, the reality is that it was very significant because for the first time in this country, a group of women stood up. I'm not sure there had been any labor actions before this one, but certainly none involving all women. They stood up for their own needs and rights, and turned out, as they called it then. So, Representative Conley, what was the committee that heard it last year voted 20-0, you say, and it was on the consent calendar. And is it your opinion that it would have passed the Senate as well had it been able to go through the usual legislative process?
Thank you, Representative. Hesitate to predict what the other body would do on any matter, but I certainly would hope, given the path it had in the House and the lack of resistance, that they would have had a similar response in that chamber.
I would hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. What committee did it go to, Representative Conley? Labor?
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Take care.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 170?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Van,
Thanks. I would like to testify on this bill.
please.
As a person who taught New Hampshire history for a number of years, I used to teach this turnout, and it's hugely important as a mark of people coming together and working for better conditions. And the fact that so many of them were young women who had left the farms in order to work in the mills with the promise that they would be cared for appropriately. I just think it's an amazing story, and I'd like to see us adopt this day.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, rather than mangle your name, I will Tentarelli, excuse me, Ms. Tentarelli.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 170. You know, the mills in New Hampshire and Massachusetts in the early 1800s provided the first chance for large numbers of young women to leave home and earn their own livings. But it also provided the first opportunity for women to band together and learn how to use their civic voices. The 1828 strike didn't succeed in getting better pay and equal rights for the mill girls in Dover, but it did strengthen the resolve of working women to speak up for themselves. About 15 years later, Sarah Bagley of Candia was working in a mill in Lowell when she organized and became president of the first female labor union in the country, calling for improved working conditions and a 10-hour workday. She testified in the Massachusetts legislature, also to no avail. But the gain was in women learning to speak up for themselves and others. Over the next decades, many women were active in the abolition movement, using their civic voices for racial justice. And of course, following the Civil War, women around the country spoke up demanding women's voting rights become the law of the land. So the Dover Mill Girls should be appropriately commemorated as early examples of women finding and using their civic voices for themselves and others for equality and human rights. So I urge you to support HB 170, and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Yes, Ms. Tentarelli, could you tell us who you are and who you represent, if anyone?
Right now, I'm representing myself. I am president of the League of Women Voters, which is a direct descendant organization of the women's suffrage movement. And I'm also a presenter for the New Hampshire Humanities on a history of women's suffrage, going around the state via Zoom, presenting a program on that last year and this year. So I have researched a lot of this women's history and was very pleased to see that right here in New Hampshire, we had some of the earliest female voices speaking up for civic rights.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Conley, you don't get to ask questions, I'm afraid. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Toll.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Amanda Elizabeth Toll. I represent Cheshire 16, which encompasses the city of Keene at large. I am a co-sponsor of HB 170. When we remember and teach the history of ordinary and marginalized groups, we encourage the idea that folks of all backgrounds can play a role in shaping history. Women's history is important. Labor history is important. And how marginalized folks have helped create a more just and equitable New Hampshire is also important. That's why I'm co-sponsoring this bill. I urge you to support HB 170. Thank you to Representative Casey Conley for bringing this forward. I will not be taking questions.
Right, in that case. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 170? See anyone? Okay, well, what? Okay. Representative Toll already spoke, so. All right, thank you all, and I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 170 and opening the hearing on House Bill 204. And Representative Van.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the committee. I am here to introduce this bill seeking to place Granny D's birthday in January on the calendar in honor of her long work for democracy in the United States. As you all know, her most famous story, of course, is that she walked across the United States, ending up in Washington in order to draw attention to the issues of campaign finance reform. She was at that time in her 90s. I actually knew Granny D quite briefly. I was a nursery school teacher in her daughter-in-law's nursery school, and I used to sometimes see Granny D in the kitchen. She was an amazing, indomitable woman, and I very much hope that the committee will move this forward. Again, as with the Mill Girls, it was a bill that was put forward last year and was lost to the pandemic. So I would be delighted to see Granny D honored as she should be, another indomitable New Hampshire woman. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Representative Schultz.
Representative Van, would you believe I first met Granny D before I'd even been to New Hampshire when she walked through America in Arkansas?
There you go. Yes, she walked all the way across. She had people walking with her. It was an amazing thing to do. I am 65. I am just in awe of the idea that she cared so deeply about our democracy that she did this thing in her very old age.
A follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Isn't it true that she had broad bipartisan support for her cause?
She did, indeed. There was wide understanding that unless the way campaigns are financed is clear and open, that it's very hard to know who's working for whom.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, Representative, whether there were any recordings made of her speeches. I had an opportunity to hear her speak in person after her return from her fabulous walk across the country, and she was a remarkable orator. Do you know if there are any recordings of any of her speeches?
I believe that there are. I do not have any, but I believe that there are.
Mm-hmm. I was there for her 100th birthday in the council chambers. She not only made that walk, but she survived it and to run for Senate as well.
Yes, indeed.
Other questions? Thank you, Representative Van.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else signed up? Apparently not. Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I thought there were several people who were signed up to speak. Brian Beal from Alton Bay, perhaps. And
I have three names listed that are raising their hands, and I will call them now. Okay. Dennis Burke. Mr. Burke.
He's been promoted. He needs to unmute himself.
Unmute yourself.
There, hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I have roughly 4 or 5 minutes?
Less would probably be better, but please introduce yourself and start.
My name is Dennis Burke. I'm calling from Phoenix, Arizona. I'd like to add the perspective of thousands of people outside of New Hampshire who continue to take instruction and inspiration from Granny D's work. She walked through many states, including Arizona, made friends in all of them, even Texas, where in fact Ross Perot gave her his private number and said to call whatever she needed, absolutely anything. She said, thank you very much, but reminded him that she was walking to protest, not embrace big money in politics. But she added that having a billionaire offer unlimited resources was something everyone should experience at least once. Ross took no offense. He invited her to speak at the Reform Party's National Convention, where she brought down the House and said no to a floor nomination as their vice presidential candidate, which was not bad for a Democrat from New Hampshire. But the reason for that was the subject of her remarks, of her walk, and really of her life, was the nonpartisan defense of human scale democracy, where we all participate as equals. Her commitment to the human scale goes back to her work to protect an Inuit community in Alaska from unnecessary nuclear testing in the 1950s. She and her husband, Jim Sr., were successful in that and maintained lifelong friendships with the people of that village. When she learned of the terrible poverty here in Arizona on the native reservations, she learned that much of their money came from making rugs and selling them. So she started making rugs and selling them and sending all the money to the reservations. And also supported the tribes with work in Congress. What she learned in those efforts in those years was that her members of Congress were open to her arguments. And later, when she returned to those offices to seek help in ridding campaigns of clearly corrupt donations, she was rebuffed, and she was a citizen scorned. At that point, at age 90, her real work in life began as a messenger of democracy. And her message really was a product of New Hampshire town halls, and it struck a chord across the US and across the world. Reporters, in fact, came to walk with her from the UK, from Germany, Scandinavia, and Japan. In fact, her little book of speeches sells as much today in those countries as it does here. She walked 3,200 miles despite a bad back, emphysema, and a terrible set of leg cramps every evening when she stopped walking. She climbed mountain ranges during blizzards. And when snow closed the roads into Washington, she cross-country skied the last 180 miles of her epic journey into Washington. She got her bill passed over Mitch McConnell's objection. He had said that campaign reform would pass when hell freezes over. And she said, take a picture of me on these skis and send it to Mitch, which happened. At age 93, she traveled the country to register working women to vote, sometimes by taking over their jobs long enough for them to register. And some of those jobs included feeding alligators at an alligator park, being a mermaid at a mermaid park, tending bar in the French Quarter of New Orleans. And in all of that, she was bringing attention to voter registration efforts in those states. When she crossed Arizona, we were working on reforms to end the most egregious kinds of gerrymandering. She reminded people of both parties that demographics are changing and both parties have a stake in the creation of a fair system. It passed handily as a ballot initiative, and we enjoy it today. In her mid and late 90s, she traveled and walked across any state that was considering new approaches to democratic fairness, and many of them passed. In the late spring of 2004, when it suddenly looked like Senator Gregg would run unopposed, she ran for the US Senate, knowing she had no chance of winning, but that it would be a chance to walk across the state 2 or 3 times and make 100 speeches about democracy and fair elections, which is what she did. I think she is whom you might want your grandchildren to know about, remember, as they craft their own long, free, productive, and joyful lives. We carry forward important messages for the next generation with statues of bronze or marble, but sometimes just with words enshrined in law, like the bill before you now. It is cheaper to do it the way you have in front of you than with bronze or marble, which is very New Hampshire and very Doris. She would have hated to pay more taxes even for her own statue. The Granite State's Old Man of the Mountain collapsed in 2003. She outlasted him by 7 years. She is the iconic figure of the Granite State now, and she represents the tough love of democracy that needs to be cherished and remembered now more than ever. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Burke? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Dan Weeks.
Good afternoon. Dan Weeks from Nashua, New Hampshire. I really appreciate this opportunity to testify briefly. I'm not on top of a building, but for my day job, I work in solar energy, and this is a recent installation in Londonderry. But I'm grateful for the chance to just give a quick personal perspective on why I strongly support this bill and hope that you will as well. I grew up in the Monadnock area of New Hampshire in Temple. Went to Conval High School, and when I was 17, as an unsuspecting teenager, I had the chance to hear Granny D give one of her first speeches on returning from that cross-country walk in the year 2000 when she spoke at Conval, which was the district where she herself was from in Dublin. And it lit a fire under me and a lot of my peers as well. It was part of my becoming an active citizen, concerning myself about the issue of democracy and integrity in our elections, set me on a path that has in many ways defined my life ever since. I feel very privileged to, after going away from New Hampshire for AmeriCorps and for college, to be back here raising my 3 young kids and making a life here for my family as an active citizen. And I do really take inspiration from Granny D for that. I was privileged for several years to lead the nonprofit, nonpartisan organization Open Democracy, which she founded, which continues to work for campaign finance reform. And I believe you will hear from some of the current staff of Open Democracy as well today. And to be able to continue her work, which was always honored by people across the aisle. John McCain was a big fan of hers, for instance, Senator Russ Feingold as well, New Hampshire's late Senator Warren Rudman as well. She really worked hard to find common ground with people across the spectrum in addressing what she felt was a cancer on our system, the role of big money from all sorts of interests across the political spectrum that was dampening the voice of ordinary citizens in politics. So I feel personally indebted to her for helping me find my life's mission and my voice in civic affairs. And I know that whenever other people encounter her story, she has a tremendous ability to inspire them as well. So I hope that you will take this simple step of making sure that her name lives on in New Hampshire and that more young high school kids like me can get acquainted with that inspiring story and can also find their way into public service one way or another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Are there any questions from the committee? No. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Executive Departments and Administrations Committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink. I'm the Executive Director of Open Democracy Action, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization with 35,000 members. We're a pro-voter organization working to fix democracy, campaign finance reform, redistricting, and promote honest elections. And Granny D was our founder. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 204. Throughout her entire life was dedicated to service. In her 90th year, she took the national spotlight with her 3,200-mile walk across the United States. We ask the House and the Senate to come together to honor this woman who 20 years ago saw this important crisis of our time, this crisis of democracy. Last year, the New Hampshire Senate voted 24-0 to support Senate Bill 530, 24-0 to support Senate Bill 537, but due to COVID, it was laid on the table in the House. USA Today did a story of Granite State women who have demonstrated strength, courage, and resolve, both before and after the legitimate right to vote. And these Yankee independent personas and rugged resilience, and Granny D made this list. I first met Granny D in the basement of a UU church. She inspired me so much. I was working on groundwater and access to clean and safe drinking water. And she told me that our fight for water is also a fight for democracy. I will never forget her wise words. She also talked about how the power of one. If you see something that's wrong, speak up to make a difference. I had the pleasure to write the foreword of this book called The Politics of Joy, which is a book of her fearless walks and historic talks. And Granny D, and in that foreword, I put, "We find ourselves living an extraordinary crisis in our democracy." Also, New Hampshire Magazine wrote, she with her own feathered hat, which I have behind me, wise women politics in the late Granny D. And she also in New Hampshire Magazine, they talked about how she managed to get Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich, while they were campaigning in New Hampshire, to agree that campaign finance was important. And so this is one example of how she inspired both sides of the aisle. A more personal example to me is my Republican grandmother read her book, Granny D, You're Never Too Old to Raise a Little HE Double Hockey Sticks. And my Republican grandmother wanted to meet Doris Haddock, and I had the pleasure to take her to hear Doris speak. And I think these are examples of inspiration from both sides of the aisle. Also, Governor Sununu has issued a proclamation honoring Granny D Day, and in my testimony linked to the 2020 proclamation. Honoring Doris Granny D Haddock, beloved by voters of all stripes, would be a good way to bridge the gap on our divided politics and repair our republic. Thank you for voting ought to pass. I do want to also mention from a question that was asked earlier, if you go to grannyd.org, you can see many videos of Doris speaking. And there is also a documentary done by HBO that my colleague Brian Beal has emailed to you as well. So if you're interested in a 30-minute documentary of her, that is also available. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Olivia, because I was about to ask you whether there are, in fact, any recordings of her speaking. And would you please, if you haven't done it already, would you please send the committee the link that you referenced in your remarks? Because having heard her speak in Manchester on Elm Street in person to a full house and seeing what a galvanizing speaker she was, I know that my colleagues of both parties would be interested in having access to her remarks and to see what a truly remarkable speaker she was. So could you do that for us?
I would be happy to email you the link, but it's also very easy to remember, grannyd.org.
Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 204?
I believe Representative Perry is here.
Ah. Representative Perry. Mr. Perry, you have to unmute yourself.
You know, I thought about that for about 2 minutes before the camera went on and I blew it. So Bob Perry, Stratford, and I'll begin my presentation by saying once again, now that you can hear me, that there have been some wonderful presentations here today involving Doris Haddock. I met her when I did my stint on the Election Law Committee, a wonderful person, and Dennis Burke's account was just terrific. I'll begin my presentation. Madam Chair and members of the committee. Doris Haddock's 3,200-mile walk across the country was prompted by her reading of an amendment in a bill to provide the tobacco industry with a $50 billion tax credit. Quote, "Now, we have always had money in politics," she said, "but never like this. That's what started it, yeah," end quote. She was sure she was losing our democracy. We were losing our democracy. Though her walk was challenged by a multitude of physical dangers, heat, cold, dry, dust, rain, snow, wild animals, unpredictable human behaviors, the bigger challenge was getting in the way of the money machine that influences our elections and the few and powerful who not only control those machines, but disproportionately influence our elections through their corporate PACs, super PACs, and as individuals, akin to the current LLC loophole. But in 2002, her bravery paid off with the Bipartisan Campaign Finance Reform Act, also known as McCain-Feingold, signed into law by President George W. Bush. In a challenge to the law brought in 2003, the court largely upheld McCain-Feingold, only to have the law largely obliterated in 2010 by Citizens United v. FEC. Doris died 50 days after that ruling. In the 2010 federal elections, the top contributors were a husband and wife at $7,606,000. At the bottom of the list of 100 was another husband and wife at $266,900. But by 2020, the top contributor was a husband and wife at $218,179,000 plus.
Excuse me, Representative Perry, could you concentrate on the bill and on Granny D and not on election finance?
Madam Chair, I'm trying to form the basis, draw a contrast between what it was like when Granny D walked across the country to what it is now, and the importance then exemplified by the importance of it now. I'm almost done. Again, but by 2020, the top contributor was a husband and wife at $218 million. I've said that. And number 100 contributed $3,268,000. By January 2021, total political spending became a $14.4 billion industry. Some contributors, both corporate and individual, are claiming buyer's remorse, temporarily cutting off donations. Some are asking that their contributions be returned. The list of disgruntled include the Marriotts, Hallmark, Best Buy, Amazon, Dell, Dow Chemical, AT&T, the Walt Disney Company, more, and all corporate giants. The list of companies temporarily terminating contributions include Facebook, BP, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Raytheon, more, and all corporate giants. Does the $25 contribution even matter anymore? There are few people we meet in life who display the courage and conviction of Doris Granny D. Haddock, a frail and unhealthy person who walked 3,200 miles across the country, lived to tell about it, and inspired Congress to act consistent with mutual concerns about money in politics. She deserves her rightful place on the honor roll of exemplary American citizens. I urge passage of this bill. And thank you.
Are there questions for Representative Perry? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Representative Horrigan?
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too was one of the many thousands of people who got to know Granny D, and it doesn't. And I think I still have her one of her yard signs in my garage in case she ever runs again, because it doesn't really feel like she's dead. She's still very much of a living presence, I think, for everybody who got to know her. And in fact, when she passed in 2010, shortly after her 100th birthday party at the Executive Council chamber, it just sort of didn't feel like she was going away, just that her work was entering a different phase. And I'm not a big believer in ghosts, but people who do believe ghosts have said that she's been seen in the gallery keeping an eye on us back when we were still meeting in Reps Hall, and there's still, but still the gallery was still open. But yeah, and the other thing is, even though her life was much longer than most of us get, it was still short, too short. And I remember at her birthday party, she was introduced by a young woman who was a young school-age girl who was probably not much older than Granny D was when women got the right to vote. And so, like, their lives, there was the two of them together at the exec council chamber. So that really told me how little time, how short life is, and how really it was not a long time ago that women weren't allowed to vote. So, so she was a woman, remarkable woman who made a big difference. She's continued to make a big difference, and I certainly think we should observe her on Granny D Day, and we should probably remember her every day. So that's about all I have to say about it. So I hope you'll vote for this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Representative Horrigan. Are there any questions? No. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? All right. Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 204 and open the hearing on House Bill 273. I believe Representative Conley is going to introduce this. Here for Representative Conley.
Hi, Madam Chair, committee members, Casey Conley, State Representative from Dover, representing Stratford County District 13. Here now to introduce HB 273, pinch hitting for the prime sponsor on relative short notice, so I'll do my best here. This is a simple, straightforward bill in line with the proposals the committee has heard over the last half hour or so. This would establish May 13th as Youth Franchise and Youth Office Holder Day in New Hampshire, honoring the 50th anniversary of New Hampshire ratifying the 26th Amendment. It occurred on that day, May 13th, 1971. And that, of course, granted the right to vote to folks age 18 to 21 who previously, the voting age was 21. In some quick research, this was sort of a unique moment in our nation's history. Congress had lowered the voting age to 18 in 1970 through the Voting Rights Act. It was then contested, went to the Supreme Court, which determined that lowered age established by Congress applied only to federal elections. A constitutional amendment was drafted, and in record time, it was enacted and took effect July 1, 1971. So certainly an important event in our nation. New Hampshire, of course, had a role through its ratification. So I would ask the committee to please consider recommending passage. And finally, Madam Chair and committee, I did want to circle back. I misspoke on HB 170. The date was 1828, as another person correctly indicated in her testimony. And that was why I raised my hand. I was wanting to correct that, and I'm sorry for that embarrassing mistake. But with that, I'm happy to take questions now on 273, HB 273, if there are any.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Conley, for taking my question. This is a one-time event to commemorate an anniversary. Did you reach out to the governor's office for a proclamation on a one-time event, which is kind of the typical route we go with those?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I am not sure who the prime sponsor has reached out to in terms of trying to make that happen. Definitely seems like something that would be one option. Another option is the bill we have before us. So
He's not the prime sponsor, so that's
Gotcha.
a concern. Are there other questions?
I have one, Madam Chair.
Yes, there you are.
Thank you very much. Representative Conley, I'm wondering, were 18-year-olds required to register for the Selective Service Act, under the Selective Service Act for the draft at that age?
Representative Schmidt, I can answer that. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair, because I know at the time it was pointed out that that young people, young men anyway, at that age, could be called into service and killed in the service of their country, but they couldn't vote. So it seemed like a good idea to me to be allowing them to vote.
Yes.
So I appreciate your information.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if Representative Conley might happen to know the date that the constitutional amendment became effective. This is the date that New Hampshire ratified, but when it became effective?
Thank you, Representative. I do, thanks to a nice website that Congress had put together on this amendment. It took effect nationally, the ratification was July 1, 1971. The Nixon administration certified it 4 days later on July 5th, 1971.
Thank you. I was 18 at that time.
How nice to know. Is there any other questions for Representative Conley? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you to the committee.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? In that case, I will close the hearing on House Bill 273 and open the hearing on House Bill 283. Is Representative Lorenzo with us?
Madam Chair, I'm texting with her right now. She was having some difficulties.
Perhaps you will introduce the bill and we will hear from her when she gets here.
Sure, I am honored to introduce HB, and I'm blanking. Where is it? HB 283, proclaiming April 11th as Wentworth Cheswell Will Day. And hopefully Representative DiLorenzo will be with us shortly.
Well, in that case, I'll call on Liz Tentarelli again while Representative DiLorenzo is coming to join us. Yeah, Ms. Tentarelli.
Sorry, I was fumbling to unmute there. This is not my area of expertise, but when I saw this string of bills, I had to look up Mr. Wentwell. And so I just will fill in the gap a bit here while you're waiting for the sponsor. I've forgotten which town Mr. Wentwell was from. He was of mixed race in the 1700s. He served in the Revolutionary War. And then he became what they think is probably the first Black elected official, certainly in New Hampshire, possibly even in the country. So I'm hoping that your sponsor gets on and can fill in those gaps. But it is yet another interesting story from New Hampshire's history. I'm so glad we're so full of firsts here. And that's about all I have to say here. So I will let you wait for the sponsor to fill you in. Thank you.
Mr. Herman?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Please introduce yourself and talk to us.
Great. I can fill everybody in. Hello, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is John Herman. I live in Newmarket, New Hampshire. I am representing myself, but I serve on the board for the Newmarket Historical Society. I'm a local school teacher, a husband and father of 2 children, and I am enthusiastically in support of HB 283. I have spent years researching Wentworth Cheswell's life and deeds, and recently I've been focused on spreading the word about him in anticipation of his 275th birthday. There's a 4-page feature published in New Hampshire Magazine today, if you want to run out and grab a copy. As someone who has held his 250-year-old journal and transcribed many of his fragile personal legal documents, I can say that the one thing you should take away from his life is his astonishing dedication to public service and the defense of liberty. Wentworth Cheswell experienced liberty in a way that many of his peers did not. His father, Hope Still, was a housewright who, as one contemporary from Portsmouth noted, was unable to attend a housewarming party for a house he himself had built unless personally and publicly invited by the homeowner. This was due to the color of his skin. Yet his son, Wentworth, grandson of a slave, rose to be one of the most prosperous and influential individuals in his community. Raised in a community known at the time for its trade with the West Indies, which included the trade of sugar and slaves, Wentworth Cheswell became what George Mason University determined to be the first African-American elected to public office in the history of the United States. But that's just the start of Wentworth Cheswell's story. Like Paul Revere, he rode as a messenger for the Committee of Safety. He served as a soldier in John Langdon's company of Light Horse Volunteers, which made the 250-mile march to Saratoga, New York, to join the Continental Army in defeating the British at the Battle of Saratoga, the first major American victory for the Revolution. Wentworth Cheswell served as a constable, school teacher, inaugural school member, selectman, town moderator, assessor, justice of the peace for the county. He was even the coroner. In fact, he served every year of his adult life but one. And there are some who note that that lost year of service conspicuously coincides with the year of the ratification of the US Constitution. So I like to believe he lent some effort to that cause. Wentworth Cheswell was also a pioneering archaeologist. His research informed Jeremy Belknap's first volumes of New Hampshire history. And Cheswell was not only an early New Hampshire archaeologist, he's arguably one of the earliest in the nation. Passionate about history and scholarly pursuits, he donated books and funds to establish his community's first library. He was also the parent to 13 children. So I'm very inspired by him, and it is my honor to speak before you in support of HB 283. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from anyone on the committee? Looks like you all our questions. Oh, Representative Fellows has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if there are any books published about him.
I'm just getting warmed up, but I do. He's been a part of scholarly thesis documents, but there is no book that is focused entirely on him. I'm working with a children's illustrator right now to develop a book aimed at children, but that's it so far.
There's time. Is there other question?
Madam Chair, this is Representative DiLorenzo. I am ready to join you.
Excellent. Please introduce yourself and tell us about this bill.
Thank you so much. And please indulge me. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, Madam Chair and honorable members of this committee, Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Representative Charlotte DiLorenzo. I represent the towns of Newmarket and Newfields in Rockingham County. I've been a resident of Newmarket since 1993. As soon as I moved here, I registered to vote and got a library card at the Newmarket Public Library. Democracy and literacy are high on the list of cherished values passed on to me by my parents and my grandparents. It was in 2002 that I first learned that Wentworth Cheswell, a Black man, was a Revolutionary War veteran, a Newmarket town father, and helped establish the town's first free library. Mr. Cheswell was a hidden figure until 2002, when Mr. Richard Alperin, a Newmarket resident, shared his research on Wentworth Cheswell in local newspapers. I've been inspired by Mr. Cheswell's accomplishments and contributions. In 2020, a group of Newmarket residents joined together to establish the Wentworth Cheswell Appreciation Society. April 11, 2021 marks the 175th anniversary of Wentworth Cheswell's birth, and our town is stepping up to give this noble patriot his deserving place in town history and in New Hampshire history. That is why I sponsor this bill. With that, I will step aside for those who wish to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of this committee.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative DiLorenzo? Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Dan Weeks.
Good afternoon again, members of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify on a second bill. And if I may, in order to save your time, I wish to testify in support of both this HB 283 and rather than appearing again a little bit later, also in support of HB 84 and 155. But just briefly, if I may, again, a personal perspective, as noted previously, I grew up in New Hampshire. I'm proud to trace my family lineage back 12 generations to the first generation of Europeans who arrived in Portsmouth Harbor and made their home in the New Hampshire seacoast, not far from Wentworth, Cheswell. And I grew up proud of that European heritage and totally unaware of our more diverse heritage as a state. Totally unaware of the fact that several hundred or even a few thousand people of African descent were enslaved in New Hampshire up until the 1840s, which speaks to the next bill up to honor Ona Judge, who escaped enslavement from the Washington presidential household in Philadelphia and settled in New Hampshire, where she lived for decades, also in the seacoast. And so for me, just discovering in recent times this history, the inspiring story of Wentworth Cheswell, also of Ona Judge, and the many others, again, hundreds of people who were at one point enslaved in New Hampshire, and thousands of people of African descent, as well as, of course, the many thousands of indigenous people who occupied these lands before my ancestors arrived. It has been expanding my horizon and frankly has been inspiring to me and is meaningful to my family as well. Although I trace back 12 generations of European heritage, I'm fortunate to be the dad of 3 young children who are also of African descent. My wife emigrated to the US from South Africa. We met in graduate school abroad. And so as I think of wanting my kids to make New Hampshire their home, to make a future here, we know that the outmigration of young people is a challenge. It's one that my business faces, where we're always struggling to hire the talent we need to work in the trades, in particular in clean energy. I believe that telling more of New Hampshire's authentic history that just hasn't been told so far by honoring characters like Wentworth Cheswell, a remarkable achievement that New Hampshire can claim the first elected official of African descent, and also the remarkable story of Ona Judge, as I know you'll consider in a few more minutes, who again made a life for herself after escaping enslavement as a young woman in the presidential house in Philadelphia. I think these kinds of stories can be exciting, can fire the imaginations of all our children. Personally, my 3 children, who I hope will see a home for themselves and see people who can be their role models and inspiration to them, who share their skin complexion, but also kids like me who just grow up unawares, but are excited to get to know more of the world and our own history. So I think, again, as a proud Granite Stater, I'm so grateful that this committee is spending time and that the lead sponsors have introduced this legislation, these multiple bills. And I think this is a very exciting opportunity for our state to tell a fuller history and again, show that we are indeed welcoming of all those who have made us who we are and those who will make us who we will become in the years ahead. So thanks again, and I urge you to support this bill as well as HB 84 and HB 155. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Tristan McLean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to keep my comment brief. My name is Tristan McLean. I am speaking on behalf of myself as a member of the public. I currently reside in Plymouth, New Hampshire. I think the steps involved in remedying and reconciling with our country's past, it's only just that we recognize everyone despite what the past has done for Mr. Wentworth. It would be nice to kind of get to a better step of no longer whitewashing history. And I think the merit of Wentworth's character speaks much of our values that are much in line with what we aspire to have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? I don't see anybody. So I will close the public hearing on House Bill 283, open the hearing on House Bill 84, and call Representative Weber.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Watching all the graphics going on about being admitted, and thank you for allowing people to testify sort of in person, as it were. I am here, I am Lucy Weber. I represent the Connecticut River towns of Walpole, Westmoreland, Chesterfield, and Hinsdale. And I'm here today on behalf of Representative Rennie Cushing, who is the prime sponsor, to introduce House Bill 84, declaring May 21st as Ona Oni Judge Day and naming the new terminal at Portsmouth International Airport at Pease in her honor. Oni Judge was an enslaved house servant in the household of George Washington. And as some of the people have testified in earlier hearings, our country's history is much more varied and interesting than what I was taught in elementary school. I grew up in New York. I was taught that I was from the North, and I had nothing to do with any of the problems that have to do with slavery or race. And it wasn't until when I was an adult and I started doing genealogical research that I realized that my very own Quaker ancestors, of all people, had enslaved workers. And I was horrified. And I think it's really important for us to recognize all of the aspects of our history, as the young gentleman who testified just before me said. In this case, this was the only enslaved person who escaped from the ownership of the Washington family. She lived with them both in Virginia and in Philadelphia, and I believe it was from Philadelphia that she escaped and came north to Portsmouth. And she lived in Portsmouth and in Greenfield and made the rest of her life there. The Washingtons made pretty significant efforts to have her return to them. And I think we need to know that and understand that and celebrate the life that she made for herself and understand the lives of all those living in colonial times. But you know, I'm well aware that here in Walpole there were slaves who were brought from Africa and then brought to Walpole and lived the rest of their lives here. And we need to be telling their stories as well as the stories that most of us who are white grew up with. So with that, I am going to ask that you that House Bill 84 be ought to pass. And I will pass on to others who perhaps know more about the story than I do. But it's a fascinating story. I have read the book, but I didn't have time to look it out and review it for today. So thank you very much for the indulgence.
All right, thank you very much. Who else is signed
I have
up?
a question.
Representative Schmidt. Oh, Representative Weber, will you take a question?
Certainly.
Are you aware of the copy that I believe the Portsmouth Library has in its rare books collection telling the story of Oni Judge, her escape and of her fight to maintain her freedom when the Washington family was making considerable efforts to retrieve her and re-enslave her?
I do not know of that book, but I know that there is a book published that I read with great interest some time back. And if only I still retained as many brain cells as you do, Representative Schmidt, I would have been able to address the issue better. But I thank you for the knowledge.
I doubt I have more than you do.
Are there any other questions? No. All right. If there's any, we can't find anyone else who signed up to speak on this bill. So if there is someone who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. Representative DiLorenzo. Representative DiLorenzo, you need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Here we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I read the story of Oni Judge, and I was really impressed. And it's a local story. It's a good story. It's a story about a woman who managed to get on a boat from Virginia and come up to Portsmouth and made a life for herself and her family. And I think it's only fitting that we honor her memory, her perseverance. And one of the nice things about the bill is that it asks to name the new terminal at Peace after Ona Judge. And to me, it's slightly ironic that, first of all, this bill is being heard on Washington's birthday, and Miss Judge escaped from the Washingtons. And secondly, it's kind of ironic, too, that we want to name an airport terminal after Miss Judge, because she was definitely a traveler. She traveled by herself from Virginia to Portsmouth. And now we want to put her name on an air terminal to show her ability to not fly, but to manage to get from one place to the other. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Fellows?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative DiLorenzo, I'm just wondering if you can share any information with us about the part that has to do with naming the air terminal, and if we have any, it states in section 3 that the Pease Development Authority needs to approve the sign and pay for the cost of the sign. And I'm just wondering if you spoke with people from your terminal and got support from them, or?
I have not. I don't know if Representative Cushing has, but I can't answer that for you. I'm sorry.
Representative Schmidt?
I had lowered my hand, but I will say, as chairman of the Stratford County delegation, which is the nominator for one of the members of the Pease Development Authority board, that I will certainly inquire of our representative as to what their position would be on this issue.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt, for taking on that task. So, let's see. Mr. William Thomas? Mr. Thomas, unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Mr. Thomas? In that case, Asma Eloni.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Asma Eloni. I just wanted to say my strong support of such a bill. I'm a mother of 8 boys, 4 Black boys, and I think it's really important that our Black children, our Black community members see their heroes, our state heroes, recognized the way many others are, because it really does affect children. It affects people when they don't see people like themselves recognized. And so I think this is one way New Hampshire can show it's going to do good by its community. And so I highly recommend that this bill goes to pass.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 84? William Thomas? Mr. Thomas, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Again. All right, Mr. Weeks.
Hello, I'm Dan Weeks again from Nashua. Just a final point of clarification. I appreciated the opportunity a few minutes ago to testify in support. And I apologize, there are some young kids in the background. Simply to point out that Miss Judge actually went by the name Ona Judge Staines, which was her last name. Others have alluded to the historical book completed by a professor of history titled Never Caught, which provides a detailed account of her life. And she did, after settling in Portsmouth, after making her escape, marry a gentleman whose last name was Staines and took his name. And the Oni nickname is one that she was given as a diminutive when she was enslaved, but not one that she
ever chose to use herself. So I don't know whether this should be referred to the prime sponsor, Representative Cushing, or if the committee would consider such an amendment. But the name by which I apologize, she knew herself was again Ona Judge Staines, Staines. And I can recommend that title, as well as the work that the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire has done. I'm not a member, but just an interested citizen who follows their work. So I do encourage the committee to consider, certainly to pass the bill, I hope, but to do so using the name again by which she knew herself. Thank you so much, and I do apologize for the noise.
Yes, thank you very much for that information, Mr. Weeks.
Madam Chair, can you just repeat her name again?
Ona Judge Staines.
Staines, that was Staines.
I thought you were saying that she didn't like to use Ona.
Oni. She like the nickname Oni.
Okay, I get it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, good to know. Is there anyone else wishes to testify on House Bill 84? All right. Seeing none, I'll close the hearing and open the hearing on House Bill 155 and call Representative Horrigan. Was here. Representative Horrigan.
He appears to have his hand raised, Madam Chair, so maybe he's having a technical problem.
Yes, there I am.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, I was
Nice
an attendee. It caused confusion by signing on to speak to an earlier bill. Anyway, I'm resident Timothy Horrigan. I represent Trafford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury, and it's actually not coincidental that I represent Durham. I took on this issue. I picked up the baton from former Representative Wayne Burton, who's still a town councilor, and then he in turn spearheaded an effort to have an official Indigenous Peoples Day celebration in Durham. And we've also, the Wish River School District was also one of the first school districts to officially celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day on the Monday in October, which is known by others as Columbus Day. So that's how I came to be working on this issue. It's a HB 155. It's a very simple bill, even though there's a lot of complicated issues behind it. It simply changes the name of the existing mid-October holiday held on the second Monday in October from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. This Monday has been celebrated unofficially and even officially as in Durham and the Oyster River School District as Indigenous Peoples Day for many years. In fact, it's become a more significant celebration than Columbus Day, and it will continue to be a highlight of the yearly calendar, regardless of what happens to HB 155. Since nobody needs official permission to celebrate a holiday. It's just So I'm speaking just for myself as a prime sponsor, although I've good reason to believe I'm far from alone. I've heard this from other supporters of bills. My goal here is to rename the official mid-October holiday, period. I want to continue having an official holiday in the second Monday in October, but I think it should be officially named after the native peoples of North America. And I very specifically wanted to not be named after Christopher Columbus. That's the goal. I know there's an amendment floating around by a member who hasn't spoken yet and isn't even a member of the committee who had some other day in mind. Actually, if you want to have an observation like Granny D Day or the other days that have been proposed earlier, that I actually don't object to that. But I don't want official holiday. That's the goal of this bill, is to have the mid-October holiday on the second Monday in October be Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's, anyway, Christopher Columbus, as we all learned in grade school, is a man who supposedly discovered America in 1492. And of course, the millions of people who were already living in the Americas in 1492 were already well aware that America existed. They knew they were there. Columbus himself, he had a lot of theories about navigation and the geography of the earth, but he had, some of his assumptions were wrong, but he had a very accurate idea of how wide the Atlantic Ocean was. He found land actually exactly where he thought he was going to find it. And one of the reasons where he got though, he was certainly not the first European to travel to North America. Named the best known example, and actually we have an observation many years of Leif Erikson Day, but that's to name the best known example, Scandinavians established a very well documented colony in Greenland, which survived for 500 years, beginning in the mid 900s. It ended relatively peacefully not long before Columbus's time, when the descendants of the original colonists migrated back to Scandinavia in the mid 1400s. And actually, Greenland is still part of the Kingdom of Denmark. But then they were not so those Scandinavians were not the only Europeans who traveled to North America. There's other cases, and Columbus Day didn't become an official federal holiday until 1971. I think even in 1971, the main reason for it was that was shortly after when we just landed on the moon. It was mostly a holiday to celebrate exploration in general, and then the Columbus Day. Anyway, and since then, historians have gained a clear understanding of Columbus, and it's now clear that his journeys were one of the great tragedies in human history. Even though it's probably inevitable that the Americas and the rest of the world would come into closer contact in the past. But it was just a tragic history. He brilliant man in many ways, but he was also did a lot of very, very, very bad things. And then also, Columbus never visited what is now known as the United States of America. The closest he came to the United States was the Bahamas and Cuba. And for what it's worth, he was not really Italian. He was from the Republic of Genoa, which is a small country that doesn't exist anymore. His territory has been divided between France and Italy. His native tongue was Ligurian, which is more closely related to French and Italian. So he was a very young man, and he spent his adult life first in Portugal and later in Spain. Although in all fairness, I should add that the Spanish do actually do also consider him one of their own. So there's I don't mean any disrespect for Italian Americans. I in fact made a point of wearing an Italian tie today. But I think we should have an Indigenous Peoples Day holiday on that same day to honor the Indigenous peoples of the Americas who were here for thousands of years before my European ancestors. Mr. Weeks, who spoke earlier, I have many ancestors who go way back to the first Europeans to colonize the United States. We should have. So that's the holiday that I think. That's the American holiday that I think we should have, Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's basically why I think this bill should be passed, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. We heard this very same bill facsimile like in the Aldermanic Chamber in Nashua, and I spoke on it at the time. Your facts are correct, but then again, the thing is, this is not just Indigenous people, although I do support that they should have their own day, is that this day has been adopted by the Italian community. I grew up in Boston. Even though I grew up in an Irish neighborhood, I recognize that my Italian friends have adopted Christopher Columbus to be one of their own. Now, I am all in favor of having Indigenous Peoples Day and keeping Columbus Day. I can't, and I want you to try to convince me, why should I throw my Italian friends under the bus and get rid of them completely? I do know the history of the United States, that there was situations where Italian immigrants were murdered in these United States, and that the federal government did name Columbus Day for that 1 year in recognition to those people who were murdered in that particular tragic incident. So it does have a tie to one particular, another race. So why should we throw that race out to make it better for another race when we could probably be more inclusive and give the indigenous people their own very special day?
I mean, this has been, I'm mostly Irish, as you can tell by my name, which is not quite as Irish as Michael O'Brien, but pretty close. So I'm mostly of Irish ancestry on my father's side, as you guessed from my name. And I'm not sure how to answer. I'm not trying to throw the Italian Americans under the bus, and I'm aware of a lot of the history. I will say our ethnic holiday is St. Patrick's Day, which just about everybody is Irish for that one day. So that's become, a major celebration on the calendar, and we do that without any official permission whatsoever, except in Suffolk County, where you grew up, Representative Bryan, where it is Evacuation Day. But and of course, the indigenous people say it's grown up without the name of the holiday, without actually official recognition. But I think it should have official recognition. I do certainly, I know from my own experience as Irish American, we celebrate our heritage on St. Patrick's Day without any official permission whatsoever. So I don't have really much of a better answer than that. So I'm not trying to throw the Italian Americans under the bus, and actually Columbus is actually in the Spanish speaking world, that's also become sort of a holiday in the Spanish speaking world, because Columbus was Spanish, and in fact, journeyed to North America sort of on the payroll of the King and Queen of Spain. So I'm not trying to throw anybody in the bus. I'm just trying to recognize indigenous peoples. I'm not trying to downgrade anybody else. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Representative Lekis, please.
This is for Representative Horgan. So I understand St. Patty's Day, other than maybe that one exception, is handled by private observance, and is very successful in that. So, and I guess, and there's concern about Columbus Day. So to keep things kind of fair for everybody, would you be supportive of removing or eliminating official recognition of all such days and leave it to the people who are interested in private organizations to take that on, as is done for St. Patty's Day?
Well, no, just as a practical matter, we have a holiday on the second Monday in October. I think it's good to have a holiday in October for reasons beyond just Indigenous Peoples Day. Like in Canada, that's when they celebrate their Thanksgiving. So I think we should continue to have an official holiday in mid-October. I think the Columbus Day celebration, except amongst political types, has kind of gone by the wayside. So like the Indigenous Peoples Day is actually a much more vibrant celebration. So October has become Monday in October, and the entire month of October has sort of unofficially become the Indigenous Peoples Day celebration. And I think that should, I think we should honor that by making an official holiday, because my ancestors well, especially my mother's side, she's part Irish, but mostly English and Scottish and German. They did, frankly, steal the continent from the native peoples who were living there peacefully. And in fact, actually, I even know some of my relatives were even related to George Washington. So they're partially to blame for what happened to Oni Judge, who we heard about a few minutes ago. So that's I'm proud of some of what my ancestors did, and ashamed of others. But I think we need to honor the people whose land we are occupying. So that's why I think we need the official Indigenous Peoples Day holiday. So
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. Will you take questions?
Oh, sure, why not? Yes.
No. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So,
Representative Toll.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Amanda Elizabeth Toll. I represent Cheshire 16, which encompasses the city of Keene at large. I am here in support of HB 155. This bill renames Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day for the purposes of the state holiday. The history of colonization and the violence that came along with it should not be celebrated. Instead of honoring the oppressor, let's honor, celebrate, and learn about the history and culture of Native Americans. I'm going to defer questions. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Representative Toll. Representative Edwards.
Hi, my system just rebooted. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. Today, I'm coming to the committee introducing two amendments. The central theme of these two amendments is that it recognizes and leverages the good work of the United Nations, which designated in 1972 a World's Indigenous Peoples Day as August 9th. And given all of the enlightenment that's happened to us over the last 40, 50 years, I think it's really important to be the change we wish to see in others, that we should be looking for ways to be more inclusive and to celebrate more cultures. And so for that reason, I do think that an Indigenous Peoples Day is an appropriate way to go. My amendments put it on August 9th so that it is consistent with a world holiday. And that way we can just leverage global celebrations. I would like to leave Columbus Day alone out of the spirit of inclusiveness. There seems to be an explicit effort to destroy and rewrite a major part of American history that's in here. I don't think that's particularly wise. I would say that if we look at history and if we look at mankind throughout history, civilization has always been a very fragile thing. And the thing that destroys civilizations is the scarcity. And we stand here now in 2021 in a land where we take our luxuries for granted. Everything we need, we can get pretty quickly. And we don't operate in the scarcity of 500 years ago. We can't judge directly the man's inhumanity to man 500 years ago. But what we can honor, if we continue to recognize Columbus Day, is the spirit of exploration and the idea that that this nation has been developed primarily by an explorer's spirit, and that explorer spirit is with us still as we've gone to the moon, as we continue to explore space and we continue to explore the ocean. I think Columbus Day is still a great reminder of an important part of the American spirit. And I get that we want to acknowledge the Native Americans who were here before Europeans began to settle. I get that. But I think, to be fair, if we were to go back 500 years and start to look at the Native Americans, their cultures probably had violence. They probably had rape. They probably had man's inhumanity to man, because that was just life 500 years ago, and we're not living then. So I would hope that you would positively consider one of the two amendments. You can either name August 9th as a World Indigenous Peoples Day, or just simply Indigenous Peoples Day directly after the Abanki tribe of that's lived in this region. So. I think what we need to do is spread love and not hate. So I'll take questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Representative Edwards. Representative Allegro.
Yes, this is a question for Mr. Edwards.
Representative Edwards.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards.
Representative.
Did I say that? I don't.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, well, apologies. Um, You rightly expressed concern. I'm sorry, I have to provide a little context before I can ask my question. You rightly expressed concern about the fact that 500 years ago, there was violence everywhere. And should we be celebrating this with an Indigenous Peoples Day at all is going to be my question. But let me provide a little context. To the Indigenous peoples of the Americas and the Caribbean basin, because we know that Columbus didn't land on North America. Like all of the peoples of the world, including the Europeans, war and conquest were a way of life. By way of example, the Arawaks, who dominated the northern Caribbean basin, were quite warlike, making sex slaves of their women captives, castrating or eating their male captives. This wasn't limited to the Arawak, but this was similar for the Brazilian Tupinamba, similar for the Peruvian Upiali, the Kashiba, the Aztec, the Mayans, and other prominent tribes and nations. War making, ritual sacrifice, cannibalism, and slave taking, are these the principles that we're trying to advance in replacement of Columbus Day? And I'll leave it there and ask you to answer that and address it in any way you choose.
Well, thank you for the question. I would say that given the luxuries that we have today, that we should look at the history of mankind as a source of learning about ways to improve civilization, that eradicating the past and not exploiting the positive parts of it is a mistake. Like, for example, the Magna Carta was founded or written in 1066, I believe. So even though there's much to criticize European culture against the 500 years ago, there's also great things to celebrate. And I think that we ought to be able to do both. We ought to be able to celebrate, and we ought to be able to identify the things that we think need to be improved, whether it's in European society, American society. You know, the Native Americans weren't perfect, so we shouldn't idealize them in a way that creates a mythology on its own that somebody 40 years from now is going to come back and try to eradicate. So I just think we should have the maturity to look at the totality of history and man's development and how fragile civilization is, and just work to make ours stronger and better. And you do that by including people. You don't do that by isolating groups and diminishing them. That's destructive.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see you in our committee, Representative. Two things. One is, did you know that there still are Indigenous people living in New Hampshire? And my second question is, did you know that this bill comes from a movement that's already taken hold in lots of places in New Hampshire to specifically replace Columbus Day?
I think I know both of those things. I would just say that it's great that this issue's coming before the legislature so that we can take a look at it overall for the state and put our own stamp on it for what it should be. And I'm recommending that to you as a fellow legislator that you join with me in believing that society needs to be tolerant and inclusive, and that there's a perfectly great way of doing that by using the August 9th date that's already recognized by the UN to recognize our local Indigenous people without having to insult or offend a whole nother group. And so like I said, I think this is a time to be inclusive and tolerant and not intentionally seek to diminish another culture, another history. I don't think that's healthy, and it's okay for us as elected representatives to say that on behalf of the state. Does that answer your question? I don't think you agree with me, but
Thank you, Representative Edwards. Are there additional questions for Representative Edwards? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman and committee.
Representative Jan Schmidt.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And thanks, Honorable Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jan Schmidt, and I represent Ward 1 in Nashua. Civil War statues are coming down. Those monuments that stir deep and painful memories for some Americans of the violence, loss, death from family history. It's not very distant. And this change is moving around the country. Now, think on Columbus Day as the same celebration. It gives you an evocative feeling for the people who are asking for those Civil War statues to come down, that they feel the pain, that they were on the losing side and reminded every single time. Some people of Italian descent seem to think that this day is to celebrate their heritage, akin to St. Paddy's Day for the people of Irish descent. But it really isn't. It's a federal holiday and it's assigned to a single person. If it was Italian American Day, that would be wonderful. Italian American Heritage Day. All these ideas are really terrific. But for right now, I think it's time to get rid of Columbus Day. And I think it's the best way to honor the people who are here before us. Make it about the Indigenous people. It's time to celebrate the first people. And this is a really good move. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for Representative Schmidt? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Robin DeRosa.
Hi, I'm just a member of the public. I haven't done this before. Is it okay to testify?
Yes, tell us where you're from and then start talking.
Okay, I am from Campton, New Hampshire. I am a professor of early American literature and history with an expertise in Columbus, and I'm also Italian. So it's a great day for me to be here. I am speaking in support of this bill for two main reasons. The first is, as an Italian American, this is not one of the things that I am culturally proud of. You are probably aware of Columbus's impact on the Native people, but sometimes when people use the word genocide, they think that that word is being tossed around casually. But with the Indigenous people of Haiti, we are talking about going from a population of about 3 million to a population of 0. We're talking not just about cultural genocide, but of the total wiping out of a race of human beings. So in terms of my Italian pride, I have a lot of it, but not for this particular man. He's also credited with starting in many ways the transatlantic slave trade. And in terms of women and sexual slavery, was really integral in selling both Native women and young Native girls to his admirals in exchange for land. So the more you learn, this doesn't come from history books. This actually comes from Columbus's own journals, written both in his own hand and the hand of Las Casas, who traveled with him, and his son, who traveled with him. So that's where my information comes from. There's plenty of direct quotes, and I'd be happy to share those with you if they're of interest. So I'm not proud as an Italian. The other thing is that Indigenous Peoples Day, there are, Indigenous peoples are diverse. They speak different languages. They are different cultures. There are, all sorts of aspects to Indigenous culture. But part of what we're honoring when we change the name to Indigenous Peoples Day is the survival amongst many tribes in the face of the genocide by Columbus and the history of the conquistadors who followed him. So I absolutely think it's an appropriate switch and definitely time. We've done this in many places in New Hampshire already. I'm proud of my own campus where I'm a professor at Plymouth State University when we changed our calendar after students advocated to make this shift, and we now have Indigenous Peoples Day on our university calendar. So I encourage you to read Columbus's words directly, and to not discount your Italian friends, because we have a lot of pride about a lot of things about our culture that are truly beautiful, but Christopher Columbus is not one of them. Thank you for your time, and thank you for bringing this bill forward.
Other questions? Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question, Ms. DeRosa, Professor DeRosa. So since you're a history professor and an Italian, maybe you can help clarify a point that is probably going to come up again. I think it came up today. It comes up often with this bill, is the notion of celebrating Italian heritage. And is it safe to say that when this holiday, when Columbus Day specifically was popularized in communities, that it was a very different atmosphere around being Italian at that time too? And how do you think that atmosphere has changed?
That is true. So first I have to put a disclaimer in that I am a history of early America. So 1400 to about 1800 pre-Civil War is my period. So when you're talking about Columbus Day and then Italian immigration, you're actually quite past my period. But I've learned some amazing things from my colleague at Plymouth State, John Krukeberg, who writes and talks about this quite a bit. But obviously there was a time in our history when Italian Americans were discriminated against, similarly to Irish Americans. So we have that sort of immigrant history that still inflects us. My family is all from Boston. They grew up working class after my grandparents immigrated here. And they, you know, suffered. Some of them didn't speak English and they were challenged. So I understand the need for Italian pride in a community that has been historically discriminated against. That discrimination is very different than the discrimination that Native Americans currently face in our culture. As an Italian American, I have not faced any discrimination, and the barriers that my families have faced growing up, I think have sort of generationally become much milder. My grandparents were very excited about the Boston Columbus Day parades. At no time did I ever hear them excited about Christopher Columbus. What they were excited about was a chance to celebrate their culture, their food, their language. And I think that could have happened at any kind of Italian pride parade, which I would certainly be happy to endorse. Doing that in the name of Christopher Columbus, I think is a mistake. And in terms of the rewriting of history, one of the representatives talked about, we spent many decades rewriting history. Many high school textbooks still mischaracterize Columbus as the discoverer of America and mischaracterize him as the first person who thought the world was round. Of course, you're aware, I think that he actually thought the world was shaped like a pear, whereas everybody else scientifically at that time thought the world was round. We spent a lot of time rewriting the narrative of what Columbus believed. All we're doing now is correcting many years of really just flat out wrong information that was transmitted mostly through our schools for political reasons. So it's time to fix that, and we can still preserve Italian heritage and pride without relying on the lies that shaped the narrative around Columbus.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Saitek.
Mr. Rosa, are you from Hampton or New Hampton?
Campton with a C.
Hampton, yes, sorry, thank you.
Yes.
It would be quite a commute from Hampton.
Yes, I'm right next door to Plymouth State, trying to survive our COVID outbreak. We're doing the best we can.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Peter Petrigno?
I would point out that it's snowing.
Yes, Representative Sitek, it is in fact snowing.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Hello.
Okay, you can hear me. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Representative Peter Petrino from Hillsborough 23 in the town of Milford. So I'd like to say that I very much would like to see a day of recognition for Native Americans. But this particular bill has me personally conflicted. As a proud Italian American, I cannot in good conscience support this bill. To do so would be for me to disrespect and dishonor my family, my parents, my grandparents, my heritage. This is not to say that I support Columbus Day. I recognize that many no longer hold Columbus in a place of honor. Most of us never knew or considered the atrocities his expeditions perpetrated upon Native peoples. So it's appropriate for us to re-examine the past. However, aside from Columbus the man and his deeds, October 12th has long been celebrated by the Italian American community as a matter of ethnic pride and their rightful place in America. So is it possible for us not to throw out the baby with the bathwater? That is, not to recognize Columbus, but to continue to celebrate Italian American heritage? Now, it should be noted that in New Hampshire, we rank 7th in the nation in terms of the percentage of citizens who are Italian American. 7th. That's a pretty high number. Now, there is some history that many are not aware of that may provide some context to this discussion. Back in 1891, David Hennessy, the police chief of New Orleans, was murdered, and Italian immigrants were suspect. Subsequently, 250 Italian immigrants were rounded up. Eventually, 9 went on trial for murder. They were later acquitted. However, following the acquittal on March 14th, 1891, an angry mob of thousands gathered outside of the jail, and a mob stormed inside, very similar to what happened to our nation's capital just last month. And 11 Italian prisoners were killed. 9 were shot or clubbed to death, and 2 were hauled outside, and they were hung and shot. This is one of the largest single mass lynchings in American history. And it's been said that this has been referred to as the lynching that gave us Columbus Day. Now, upset by these events in New Orleans and the harsh treatment of Italians across the country, President Benjamin Harrison decided to honor Italians with a special presidential proclamation. He considered a number of prominent Italians to recognize, from Galileo to Leonardo da Vinci, but he eventually settled upon Columbus, since the following year, in 1892, it marked the 400th anniversary of his landing in the Western Hemisphere. So it was a fortuitous coincidence. Now, needless to say, Italian Americans were overjoyed. Finally, their time had come. The President of the United States had officially acknowledged their place in our country. And my grandparents arrived at Ellis Island from Italy a little over a decade later and settled in Boston's Little Italy, the North End, where I grew up and where members of my family still live. Now, since President Harrison's proclamation, there were a number of movements for permanent recognition. Italians had been celebrating Columbus Day unofficially in New York City as far back as 1866, but the first legal holiday was in Colorado in 1905. And then, of course, eventually it became a national holiday in 1971. Now, last year, Colorado became first again, addressing the controversy surrounding Columbus Day. While continuing to recognize Italian Americans, Colorado replaced Columbus Day with Cabrini Day. Commonly known as Mother Cabrini, Frances Xavier Cabrini was an Italian nun who came to the United States in 1889, and she became an American citizen. And she worked with the sick and the poor She established numerous schools, hospitals, and orphanages throughout the United States. She is the first United States citizen to be canonized a saint in the Catholic Church, and Cabrini Day is the first paid holiday in the United States to recognize a woman. So, considering all of this, I asked the committee to think about retaining this bill, to explore a way for us to recognize Native Americans, while at the same time continuing the long-established recognition of Italian Americans, and without Columbus. Now, I know there are those who disagree with my position, including some very good friends of mine in the House, but I'm here looking for a middle way. I would never ask anyone to support legislation that would dishonor any aspect of who they are, where they came from, or their heritage. I pray the day comes when we extend to all, without prejudice, the respect and dignity that we each deserve. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Committee, for listening to my testimony, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not from the committee, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kathleen Blake.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much. This hearing takes place on Indakina, now called New Hampshire, the traditional ancestral homeland of the Abenaki, Pennacook, and Wabanaki peoples, past and present. We acknowledge and honor with gratitude the land and waterways and the Alnabak, the people who have stewarded Indakina throughout the many millennia. I'm Kathleen Blake. I am a woman with Indigenous heritage in 4 Northeastern Woodlands tribes, and I am chair of the New Hampshire Commission on Native American Affairs. Administratively attached to the Department of Cultural Resources, the Commission on Native American Affairs recognizes the historic and cultural contributions of Native Americans to New Hampshire, promotes and strengthens Native American heritage, and furthers the needs of New Hampshire's Native American community through state policy and programs. As such, we fully endorse House Bill 155 and strongly recommend that this bill, so important to the Indigenous citizens of New Hampshire, be passed. Furthermore, we do not endorse the continued celebration of Columbus Day in any capacity and therefore reject the proposed amendment. I now speak as a private citizen. I gave serious thought to rereading my comments from last year, or perhaps from the year before. I remember a comment that one of you made last year, and I quote, about this being a left-handed attempt at reparations. I vividly recall the vote of last year's bill and sitting in the gallery watching huge numbers of elected officials walk out during the discussion about Indigenous Peoples' Day bill and return to vote to table it. I thought about making comments about how this is not about Italian people, as I did last year and the year before, and again this year. I recall educating this body about the horrific acts of murder, of rape, of enslavement, and of kidnapping that began the genocide of our Indigenous peoples in this hemisphere. I thought back on Dr. Richard Bovair, retired New Hampshire state archaeologist, informing this body that this state has been inhabited by the Indigenous people for at least 12,500 years. And so, yes, we did live here, and we still do. But then I remembered that with the 2 previous bills, you already have heard all this. I see all of your faces that I saw last year, so nothing is new here. We shared quotes from the diary of Christopher Columbus himself and of others who traveled with him. that prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that they committed atrocities that defy all reason. And you know that. You know that. I was raised by Republicans. My dear parents taught me that if something wrong was done, you recognize it, you admit it, and you make it right. Until this very moment, the state of New Hampshire celebrates the horrors that happened and the man who made them happen. You know that Christopher Columbus never stepped foot on this land. He did not discover these United States. You know the evil that was done by him and his men. You know that our indigenous ancestors were the first people to live here. So I ask this question. Why? Why do you vote to continue to celebrate a lie, to celebrate atrocities, to celebrate genocide? I challenge each of you to answer that question, if not here in a public forum, then in the silence of your own home. Doing the right thing is not a partisan issue. That's an excuse. There is a right thing to do here. And once again, I hope you have the courage to do it. Thank you for listening to my words. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
You're welcome.
I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Amy Antonucci.
May I make a correction for the record of something I said before?
Yes.
Just very briefly, I was in error before when I implied that the Arawaks were cannibals and warlike. They were not. It was the Caribs, and it was actually the Caribs that wiped out the Arawaks. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, sorry. This is my first time doing this on Zoom. Should I start over? Was I not?
Please introduce yourself and then start over. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, my name is Amy Antonucci. I live in Barrington, New Hampshire, and I'd like to express my support for establishing an Indigenous Peoples Day to take the place of Columbus Day. I am especially speaking as an Italian-American woman. I personally have no interest in being connected with a violent and oppressive man. Well, I really do appreciate the work that Italians did, who came before me did, to remove so much prejudice against Italians in the US. At this point, we know so much more about Columbus and the violence that he committed. Continuing to hold him up as someone to honor and be associated with, it's just not something that I want. My father was a huge believer in social justice, and he really taught me to get honest about our history and to make amends where we can. And partly in his name, Giovanni Antonucci, I want to, be here doing this. I'd also like to offer the words of Pope Francis in July 2015, when he said, "I say this to you with regret. Many grave sins were committed against the native people of America in the name of God. I humbly ask forgiveness, not only for the offense of the church herself, but also for crimes committed against the native peoples during the so-called conquest of America." So it's in that spirit that I support ending Columbus Day and instead enacting an Indigenous Peoples Day here in New Hampshire. That's what would make me feel the most proud of my heritage and my name. And I will also say that my family is also a real fan of Mother Cabrini and was very excited that a statue in New York was recently dedicated to her. And she is more along the lines, someone who helped the poor, the sick, and other immigrants here in this country. That is more the kind of person that I do want to be associated with. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to ask questions? Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Ms. Antonucci. I would love to, if you don't mind, sending me the quote from Pope Francis. And am I correct? Isn't he, even though he's from Argentina, I think, is he from Italian heritage also?
I'm happy to send you the quote, and I am not really completely sure of his heritage, so I won't say anything on that. There are other historians and other folks will know better than me. I think maybe Representative Schultz could answer that.
Thank you. Representative Schuett has a question.
Oops. Thank you, Madam Chair. Not actually a question. I just wanted to recognize that I sense that Ms. Antonucci was very nervous about testifying, and I just wanted to assure her that she did a good job. To thank her because it's important to hear from our constituents. So thanks for being brave enough.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very well said, Representative Schuett. Oh, yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Ms. Antonucci. It's very nice to see you again. A friend of long standing. You and your husband are all frequently in my thoughts. I really appreciate your being here today. And as a strong supporter of this bill, I'm wondering, is it in any way reasonable or correct for us to see in Christopher Columbus any aspect of Italian culture, a nation which, as having studied the Latin language from my 14th year until I graduated from high school, and having studied Italian culture virtually all my life, I'm wondering, does Christopher Columbus in any way deserve to be celebrated as an exemplar of Italian culture?
Well, I don't think so. And I was not raised with him as an important part really of my family or my heritage. He wasn't really held up as someone that we were proud of. Again, people like Mother Cabrini, there's so many artists, and there's really many wonderful Italians, and Christopher Columbus is not one that is on my list as being, or that I was raised to think of as someone that we wanted to be associated with. So I don't think so. I do very much understand the history of coming to the holiday, and I think there are some important pieces, you know, that people very much were working to make this country a better place for someone like me to live, and I deeply appreciate that. And I think the history of it and the massacre that took place, and there's some things there that we can, you know, that it's good that we're learning about. I know I'm very happy to learn more of that history, but I don't feel that Christopher Columbus needs to be the important part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Are there any other questions? Paul Pulio?
Greetings to the Honorable New Hampshire House Executive Departments and Administrative Committee and Madam Chairman. Hello, I'm Paul Pulio, and with me is my wife Denise. We represent the indigenous community of the Cossack Band of the Pennacook Abenaki people, on record with the Secretary of State in New Hampshire and the Attorney General as being headquartered here in Alton, New Hampshire. We seek a favorable determination on HB 155 in regard to renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Any other effort to create an alternative day for Indigenous Peoples' Day, such as August 9th, would be to avoid the truth about America. And it's really inconsistent with the historical truth, and as such continues a narrative of social injustice. It is true, IDP Day is an international movement to correct history and recognize the contributions and sacrifices of Indigenous people here and worldwide. But these are our lands in the United States, not in Australia or some other place where August 9th may have made sense. These lands were ours for more than 10,000 years before Europeans. Many of our numerous contributions and sacrifices to your society, past and present, not excluding taking our lands, resources, and our lives, are always overlooked. It's time to really stop honoring the false narrative of European and religious superiority and to honor the original indigenous people that have given so much to this country and the world. Now is the time to discuss the facts of this holiday. It's based on events that no civilized country should be honoring. Columbus, in his own words, describes the atrocities of genocide that he and his men and those explorers of the age of discovery committed against indigenous people of the New World. A time when European rulers were attempting to divide and control the world, take over newly discovered land, seeking the resources of gold and their peoples as slaves. During the 1500s, Spain, which most people don't understand, had a formal plan of Jewish genocide to remove and seize the lands and property of the Jewish community in the Iberian Peninsula. Little is spoken about the fact that those stolen assets of these Jewish people helped fund Columbus's global ambitions. Let's go back to Columbus. He was born in 1451. He was born in the Republic of Genoa. Italy was not formally created until 1861, 400 years later. He was never truly an Italian in that sense. Colombo actually lived most of his life in Portugal and Spain. Columbus, as he got renamed, was actually an agent of the Spanish royalty and essentially a mercenary explorer and exploiter for hire. He made 4 trips to the Caribbean, explored the area around Cuba in Hispaniola, but he never set foot on North America and had no historical connection to the United States. The Vikings, like previously said, were probably the first true Europeans that landed in the Americas. Meeting the indigenous people, which he mistakenly called Indians, a name we still have to live with, he commented on how gentle, healthy, peaceful, and kind they were to him and his men. In his own words, they knew not what iron was. They had no defensive weapons and will be easily enslaved. He started and furthered the slavery movement in the Americas when he brought back the first indigenous slaves to Europe, which in turn promoted the global expansion of slavery into the Americas and into the Atlantic. And that didn't end until the mid-1800s. We could go on about his numerous acts of cruelty and genocide during his visits to the Caribbean. They were so brutal and descriptive, it was shameful. These were acts of brutality of horrific nature against peaceful men and women and children that had no resources to defend themselves. These atrocities were committed as acts of entertainment for his men. This is how he controlled and dominated those he preferred, and he wanted to make peaceful indigenous people that he would put into enslavement. As a holiday, Columbus Day has been observed in various communities with Italian immigrants from the late 1700s. It started in New York and in Boston as well. As a nationalist movement for Italians, it was promoted by the Knights of Columbus, which was established in 1882. We have to reflect now on most of our national and state holidays were set with very high standards and reasons for making and honoring holiday. Now that we know some of the facts surrounding Columbus, would you consider reestablishing a holiday to honor him today? I question whether that would make sense. This is not a matter of honoring Italians. This is about the continued honoring of a man who committed genocide, slavery, and many acts against humanity. This is about correcting the injustice of history in the Americas. To the counterpoint, we would very strongly support a special Italian holiday to honor people like Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, Marco Polo, Marconi, Fermini, and many, many others, some of which were known to be US citizens and did great things for the America. So with that, I say thank you. Please vote approval for HB 155. We thank you. Our written testimony has been submitted by email as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? No, I don't see any. Thank you again. Okay. Ms. Aloni?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yes. Yeah, my name is Asna Alini, and I'm speaking in strong support of this bill. This is literally a continuation of the racism we refuse to make right. I also want to start off by acknowledging the land that we're on and respect the Abenaki people who are the proper stewards of the land that we are all on now. It is not okay that we're over here, and we want to respect the wishes of some Italians that need a hero in a man who brought genocide, while disrespecting the Italians who are saying this is not the proper way to celebrate Italian heritage in this state. Why would we want to rub a man who took thousands of indigenous people as slaves, mutilized them, took selling women into sexual slavery and murdered so many people? This is not honoring a culture. It's honoring a man who brought genocide on a people. As some Italians have already said so eloquently, this is not the Italian history that they are proud of, and not the Italian history our state should be proud of. So we should not be celebrating the spirit of exploration that destroys a people and a culture. What kind of message would that be sending to our children? Like, let's explore and it's okay to hurt people while we're exploring? No. So we're disrespecting the people by keeping Columbus Day. It's a slap on the face for people that we never really did right by from our mistakes. So also, this is not about including history. We should never remove the history that everyone needs to know about. It's about honoring bad history instead of looking at this is a sad part of our history. So this day should have been removed long ago, and it's time we make things right in a small way by naming this Indigenous Peoples Day as a token of acknowledging the harms done to a community, that we acknowledge their presence still today, and that they still face so much discrimination even today. For these reasons, we should have removed this day long ago and honor those who deserve to be honored, and we have yet done right by. So please vote yes on this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 155?
I thought I saw it on the screen for a second.
You said so.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You have someone? Do it here. William Thomas? I tried to call William Thomas.
This is Catherine Corkery.
Yes, Representative Schmidt, I see that there's somebody else there who has, we have 6 people who have raised their hand, and I'm going to be calling on all of them.
Well, I applaud your efforts to try to contact Mr. Thomas, but so perhaps Ms. Corkery is using Will Thomas's cell phone.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are. Thank you.
I apologize. I'm having some computer problems with my ancient computer. For the record, and thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Thomas, and I reside in Auburn, New Hampshire. I am a retired civics and history teacher at Manchester Central High School. And I am supporting House Bill 155, replacing Columbus Day. I'm just curious if anybody received the written testimony I sent in.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me start by saying I taught history, but I'm not really a historian. But I think history, and I would mention, and I always did mention my students, let's not forget her story, and thinking of Granny D and Ona Judge and the woman in Dover and others who have, you know, through the years been largely forgotten. But anyway, I think history or her story invites us to re-examine what we think we know about history or her story, often by discovering new sources of information, especially, and I tried to emphasize this with my students in looking at not just their textbook, but other information in terms of primary sources. What is a primary source? What is a secondary source? Third-hand source, etc. And we do know, as been mentioned previously, that Columbus kept a journal. We know that the Spanish priest de las Casas, who accompanied him on 3 of his voyages, kept a journal. We know they exist. They're in Spain. They've been translated. And so we have evidence in the admiral's own words about the sexual slavery, about the genocide that he and his men initiated. So, and I think of, and I've used a textbook called The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, at least the first chapter excerpts, called Columbus, the Indians, and Human Progress, or lack thereof. And Zinn comments on one famous historian from Harvard, Samuel Eliot Morison, who actually replicated by taking a ship tracing Columbus's voyage, the first from Spain to the Canary Islands to the Bahamas. And interestingly, Morison admired Columbus tremendously. And at the same time, he said, yeah, he had some flaws, he had some problems, but basically he praised his seamanship. And I've read other stories, accounts by historians where the other 2 captains of the 3 ships that went on the first voyage were better pilots than Columbus. But anyway, then you have on the opposite side, we see this historian David Stannard saying the destruction of the Indians of the Americas was far and away the most active act of genocide in the history of the world. And by the way, now it comes to mind, I forget the representative Italian from, I think, Milford, who did comment on the Italians who were killed in 1891. My account where I read that was it was 13 Sicilians. And I'm not sure if not denigrating either Italians or Sicilians, but that was the comment I recall reading. So another historian, and this is important, I think, to point out, his name was Basil Davidson. He assigns responsibility to Columbus for initiating the African slave trade to the Americas. He said the first license granted, and he did his research, to send enslaved Africans to the Caribbean was issued by the King and Queen in 1501, when Columbus himself was the ruler in the Indies, leading Davidson to dub Columbus the father of the slave trade. So again, when we think of honoring this man, not only with the genocide of some historians have estimated over 100 million he initiated that, plus the African slave trade. I have to say, I don't think he is worthy of that honor. And so this is why I do support Indigenous Peoples Day. And one last thing, there's an acquaintance of mine who is a retired teacher who's the editor of a magazine called Rethinking Schools. His name is Bill Bigelow. And Mr. Bigelow says, if Indigenous peoples' lives mattered in our society, and if Black people's lives mattered in our society, it would be inconceivable that we would honor the father of the slave trade with a national holiday. The fact that we have this holiday legitimizes a curriculum that is contemptuous of the lives of people of color. Elementary school libraries still feature books like, quote, Follow the Dream, the story of Christopher Columbus by Peter Sis, S-I-S, which praises Columbus and says nothing of the lives destroyed by Spanish colonialism in the Americas. So basically, I mean, there are, I know Durham, Hopkinton, I know cities like Minneapolis, Seattle, and I think Portland. Alaska was the first state to declare Indigenous Peoples Day. It's something that's going on, it's occurring. International, the UN Indigenous Peoples Day is fine, except when we stop and reflect about the forest being cut down in the Amazon where Indigenous people live, in Madagascar, etc. That's not really honoring them as well, a day. We need to make real what happened. And what happened was a genocide, a Holocaust, if you will, of Indigenous people. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Are there questions? Nope, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Tristan McLean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the House. My name is Tristan McLean. Just restating, I am speaking on behalf of myself as a member of the public and as a resident of Plymouth, New Hampshire. I myself was raised by Italian Americans, third generation, hallmarked by 2 generations of service to the Air Force and service on the Bristol and Groton Police Department. I was brought up in a very extremely conservative household, was taught how to properly and responsibly use a gun with a pretty sharp range as well. However, Christopher Columbus was not ever celebrated in our household or nor in any other generations of our family. I really don't think it's a moment of pride for Italian Americans. I know no one in my family would definitely support him being celebrated. And as an olive branch and in the spirit of inclusion, I ask, why don't you celebrate January 7th, known as Flag Day in Italy, or something to that effect? I can't remember the other prior holiday. I think it was Cabini. I apologize if I massacred that pronunciation. I think that would be an adequate substitution. Now, in acknowledgement of my Native American heritage, I am a descendant of an Abenaki tribe whose knowledge I do not have due to it being lost by generational alcoholism. Now, I think that the traumas inflicted by Columbus's brutal imperialistic campaign, where he was even brought back to Spain and tried for his crimes, and was actually exiled from many European countries due to them, I really don't think this is someone that merits any celebration, other than maybe the fact that he couldn't even correctly navigate his way to America. Nobody's trying to slight Italian Americans, but I just can't really understand where this sentiment's coming from. This holiday wasn't even conceived until the 1970s. So why don't we stop with the disinformation and start speaking to the truth? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Are there any questions? Jennifer Smith? Jennifer Smith? You have to unmute yourself.
Hello. First time I've done this. I didn't realize this was, I'm sorry. I have to rename this because this is Sarah Smith. I'm Sarah Smith. I live in Pembroke, New Hampshire, represented here by Diane Schuett. I'm a retired school teacher, and I would like to bring to your attention that holidays are celebrated in schools, and part of the curriculum is to celebrate the holidays. The social studies curriculum of the second graders is to learn about the holidays that we celebrate. So I would like you to picture a bunch of 7-year-olds learning about Christopher Columbus. And how would it, and knowing what we know about Christopher Columbus now, would you have the teachers lie to them about what he did? How would you have them approach it, celebrating this man? Whatever, if you tell them that, well, just sanitize it, don't say anything about that other stuff, because it really is too shocking for second graders to learn about, then they've had a false history planted in their mind. And these false histories have a tendency to last a long time, as you're probably aware, having learned several of them. So my question for you is, are you aware of the fact that as you celebrate this, as you put this as a holiday for New Hampshire, you're expecting second graders to learn about it? So this is my point. I'm in favor of changing this to Indigenous Peoples Day, because I think this is really too terrible a history to teach to young children and celebrate with them.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Anthony Harris?
Hello, how's everyone doing today? My name is Anthony Harris. I'm calling in, testifying in support of HB 155. I remember being in elementary school and they're teaching us about Columbus Day and how he discovered America, and he was this great guy, and they painted him to be this beautiful man and someone that you can look up to and inspire to become. But then as I get older and I do my own studies and I realize who he really is, it makes me look at the American government. And why would you celebrate someone who was such a horrible person, a horrific figure, someone that we would call a monster today? We would lock up and throw away the key. And in some states, he would have the lethal injection for the atrocities that he committed on the people. And that would be in any country. So as America being one of the greatest countries on this planet, why would we want to celebrate this and to teach our kids? Now we're lying to our kids throughout history, and then it's up to us to deprogram them from these lies that the American system is putting into them. I need the ones who controlling this bill. I need you to look and say, would you sit down with your granddaughters and your grandsons, and would you teach them how wonderful Christopher Columbus is and how you can aspire to become just like him? Let's celebrate him on this day. How would you feel in yourself, in your hearts, and your souls to the God that you pray to, do you really feel comfortable not changing this day from Columbus Day to the Indigenous Peoples Day? Ask yourself these questions in yourselves, in your own hearts. Would you teach your children and your loved ones that this was a horrible God, this was a fantastic God, and you can model yourself after him? If you won't, then you should put HB 155. You should push this through. Thank you and have a beautiful day. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Carissa Carroll.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony this afternoon. My name is Carissa Coro. I live in Pennacook on stolen Abenaki land. And for 12 years, I taught literature to high school students here. Our first unit of American literature focused on creation myths and firsthand accounts from early colonizers. Through these readings, my students came to an understanding that the Columbus they had been taught to admire in elementary school for his bravery and perseverance as an explorer was, by many accounts, including his own, a pretty terrible human being. In fact, as we heard before, his actions were so horrific, he was returned to Spain in shackles and stripped of his governorship. Some of my students were really upset that they had been essentially lied to, which you just heard in testimony, that we would put someone so terrible on a pedestal. In our school district in 8th grade, they spent quite a lot of time studying the Holocaust in preparation for their trip to Washington, D.C. And so they know what genocide looks like in terms of reading about it. They knew that this is what occurred. And so their question was, why would their elementary teachers do this to them? Why would they learn about Columbus at all? Why this holiday? And so I don't know if you know the answer, but part of it is connected to historical fiction, greatly embellished by Washington Irving and repackaged to elementary school children in our country as a way to celebrate the colonies and U.S. independence. There's a lot in Irving's account of Columbus that we still believe today, including the ships' names, which aren't actually the Nina and the Pinta. They have other names. So this campaign was so successful that we still hold these truths to this day, even though we have new truths and we understand things. For me, upholding Irving's Christopher Columbus is like using the musical Hamilton to actually teach the events of the American Revolution. So when folks talk about rewriting history, Irving helped to do this. So as a class, we inevitably ended up with this question: how do you teach elementary students about Columbus? So it was really, well, what would you want your teachers to do? So I gave them a task to create a children's book that was both honest and that was what they thought was age appropriate for elementary students. And it was difficult because how do you explain to students, elementary students, that one of our national holidays celebrates a man who's responsible for starting the largest genocide known to man, who was, by his own admission, enslaved human beings, who allowed rape, who used dismemberment to control the enslaved, who allowed the killing of infants for sport. The truth is, you can't tell elementary kids this truth, and we should not. And we should not be lifting this man up as a hero. I cannot imagine in 200 years a day where we celebrate Hitler because of some fan fiction story. It's really absurd. New Hampshire should join other states and municipalities in changing the name of this day. Doing so will really hurt no one. Keeping it continues a lie and a celebration of a man who caused mass death and destruction, and really destruction of culture for his own personal gain. Not doing so will cause harm. It's an annual reminder for the descendants of the survivors of genocide, of the ancestors' culture, story, wisdom, and homelands lost. This day has caused harm annually for a very long time. Instead, we should honor those who have stewarded this land for thousands of years, who influenced our governmental structure that we're participating in today, and whose language we use daily in our place names. It's time to honor those ancestors that were lost, and the bravery and perseverance of peoples who survived against all types of cruelty. Please vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? No questions? No questions. Chair Dolmage?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Kira Dolmage. I'm impressed that you pronounced my name correctly. Thank you. I live in Dover, New Hampshire. I'm an Italian American who doesn't find pride in Columbus, and I'm also a public school teacher in the state of New Hampshire and have been for 9 years. My main reason that I wanted to speak to you today is that I wanted to share some of the thoughts of my 5th grade students. They studied the quote unquote discovery of America, and they also studied the history of the way that Native Americans have been treated throughout the history of the United States. One of our competencies is to take informed action based on what we learned in social studies. And they were given the option to support or refute this bill, NHB 155. They met with our town administrator, who was a part of the process of adopting Indigenous Peoples Day in their town, to uncover more about our community's heritage. And they also met with local Indigenous people who are living in New Hampshire today. A group of my students decided to circulate a petition in support of this bill, and they currently have just under 2,000 signatures. And they wanted me to ask you to please vote yes on this bill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that information, and thank you for your testimony. We have someone named Maria who wants to testify.
Could I just ask, Madam Chair, where was that young lady teaching?
Yes, good question.
She said she lived in Dover. I don't know if that's where she was teaching.
She mentioned that the town adopted Indigenous Peoples Day, so it might be Exeter.
And Madam Chair, I'll also point out that the Maria is actually State Representative Maria Perez. It's not listed on her name for some reason.
Yes, well, if I had known that, I would have called her earlier. Representative Perez?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 23, and I'm calling to support this bill. As a Latina from Central America, I don't celebrate Columbus Day, and I don't believe that we should be celebrating Columbus Day. He did such a horrible things to our communities and indigenous communities in our countries that I don't believe the U.S. should be celebrating such a horrible person. I believe we should encourage people to celebrate indigenous people. We have so many people, the indigenous in my country, that should be celebrated, but we don't do that. And then I believe the U.S. should be taking Columbus Day and celebrate it as an Indigenous Day. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 155? If you do, please raise your hand. What? Okay. The Sierra Club?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. My name is Catherine Corkery. I'm the chapter chair for New Hampshire Sierra Club. We're an environmental group with 20,000 members and supporters in New Hampshire. And we support the passage of HB 155, Indigenous Peoples Day. The Indigenous Peoples Day is a way to make up our relations with Indigenous peoples in North America, in New Hampshire. A lot of the testimony we heard today kind of talked about Indigenous people who lived in the past. But and what I think we are failing to recognize is that the celebration of Columbus Day harms people today and Indigenous folks today. And unlike St. Patrick's Day, which is a saint and not a national holiday, Columbus Day excludes people, and it celebrates the colonizer, and it celebrates Columbus specifically, whose depravity is recorded by himself, as well as other people who saw it firsthand. He was so barbaric that Columbus's leadership was his own cause for his dismissal and imprisonment when he returned to Spain on his third trip. Columbus, making the connection that Columbus represents Italian people, I think it fails to recognize that Italian people don't celebrate him, and that there are certainly many other people of Italian heritage to celebrate. And this bill is a way to correct history and to recognize the people who have survived after generations of abuse and who are still experiencing that abuse. This is a way to correct history that we knew, and to see it with clear eyes, and not to glorify a man's inhumanity, but to glorify people and to celebrate people, all of the Indigenous people. And this, because there is a holiday now and we want to rename a holiday, is a way to fix it and to recognize the harm and to see the people that we want to be, and to celebrate the holiday of people. And there is it as another person of Italian heritage. I'm a descendant of Italian Americans too, and I do recognize that my ancestors had faced discrimination and faced hardships for being Catholic and for speaking different languages and looking different. But the descendants of Italians today do not face those same hardships. And by contrast, the folks who survived Christopher Columbus's genocide and the many people of this hemisphere who are here today, who are the original inhabitants of North America, they are still enduring that discrimination in a way, and I would respectfully suggest that this bill would grant the relief that my ancestors searched for. And it would grant it to folks who are enduring bigotry and hate today. And I think it would be an honor to grant a national holiday to those who were first wronged by colonists, and to recognize that Indigenous people can use this important tool, a national holiday, to lift their stories and history and culture and practices and wisdom for all of us in our country to recognize. And I just want to, in an effort to recognize, repair, and heal the wounds of the past, New Hampshire Sierra Club supports changing Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. Any other measure, it will not meet that goal. And we ask the committee to support passage as introduced. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to mention that changing a national holiday is beyond our power.
I understand.
So, could you give us your name again, please, for the clerk?
She was speaking on behalf.
She was speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club.
We don't have that. Was it on the testifiers list, right?
I don't see it.
The Hampshire.
Hello.
Yes.
Was there a question?
We wanted to know your name, so for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Catherine Corkery, Catherine with the C. I'm one of the lucky folks who are Italian and Irish. And it's Corkery, Corkery.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Fuentes?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please introduce yourself and testimony.
Oh, yes, my name is Sebastian Fuentes. I'm a resident in Thornton, New Hampshire. I initially didn't sign up to testify, but I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old sitting here with me, wondering why are not we celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day instead of Columbus. They're listening with me, the testimony, and I hope you guys support this bill. I also have the privilege to live in the North Country, New Hampshire. You know, I get to enjoy swimming in the Pemigewasset River. I get to hike the Wombec trails. I work next to the Amonoosuc River. So this is who we are. This is what our community values. So really quick, I'm just here to please ask you to support this bill. This is not only gonna bring back and highlight the real heritage of the country. I'm not a descendant of any Native American tribe, but I am a descendant of a South American tribe, the Mochica tribe. My dad was a first generation South American native. So please support HB 155. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Zach? Zach, you should.
Okay, yes, I think I'm unmuted now. This is Zachary Harmon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zachary Harmon. I live in Goffstown. I am an Episcopal priest. I serve in Hampstead, but I'm also on the Reconciliation Commission for the Episcopal Church of New Hampshire, and want to speak on behalf of that commission and also as myself. But wearing the commission hat as Episcopal priest, we believe that Indigenous people and their history and culture need to be emphasized, and that glorifying atrocities committed by Columbus should not be done. And some of that was done in the name of God, and kind of from the religious perspective, that's not something we want associated with a God who we believe is love. And believe that there is a lot that is beautiful and amazing about Indigenous culture. So many of the place names in New Hampshire come from the Abenaki language, and there's a rich history to celebrate there, and that there's a lot to really learn. Personally, I grew up in Alaska with a lot of friends who are Indigenous there, and there's just a great amount of wisdom to learn from Indigenous people. It's a rich culture, or cultures, many cultures. And personally, though I grew up in Alaska, I was born in the Northeast, and my family participated in massacring indigenous people in New England and was rewarded for it. The town of Amherst, New Hampshire, one of the first Harmons, was awarded land there for participating in massacring Native people in southern New England. And it's a dark part of our history that we need to reconsider, and celebrating Columbus and celebrating it like other speakers have said, and just making it like it's something to celebrate and look positively on and not account for these other things is difficult. I'm also Irish American. And, St. Patrick's Day isn't a state holiday with people getting it off in the same way. And why would the Italian Americans get something that the Irish do not? It's kind of a strange question there. And from the Irish perspective, my family experienced the famine on another wing of it. And if we were celebrating people who contributed to the famine, my family wouldn't be happy with that. And so why are we lifting up somebody who like Columbus, who did a number of horrendous things as we've heard about today? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 155? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. The committee is through for the day. We will be together on Friday to exec House Bill 499 and House Bill 211, and whatever else we can get.
Thank you for your hard work today, Madam